Can you all hear me? Tammy, I just want to make sure you can hear me. Okay, perfect. Okay, great. Thank you all so much for being here. Welcome to Mastering Menopause. We're so grateful that you're spending your Saturday with us. I am Brandy Flitner. I'm one of the members of Esther's support team. We also have Tammy Lawman with us. Tammy, if you just want to wave and say hello to the crowd. We'll both be handling the back end, any tech issues that we may have, which we of course are hoping we have none, but it's a live event. You never know, we roll with it. But you'll see us in the chat. So if you have any technical questions, any other questions in relating to the event, certainly reach out to us, send us a direct message, and we will make sure that we steer you in the right direction. So we've got a lot planned today, a lot of fun. We've got a lot of education packed into this event too. We've even got prizes, which we are super stoked about. But before we continue here, I wanted to just first introduce you to two of our amazing hosts, Esther Blum and Sabrina Sarabella. You probably are familiar with Esther. I assume that's a large reason of why you're here. So I just wanted to read her formal bio here. Esther Blum is an integrative dietitian and a menopause expert. In the past 27 years, she's helped thousands of women master menopause through nutrition, hormones, and self-advocacy. She's the best-selling author of See You Later, Ovulator, one of my favorite titles, Cave Women Don't Get Fat, Eat, Drink, and Be Gorgeous, Secrets of Gorgeous, and the Eat, Drink, and Be Gorgeous Project. She's known as Gwyneth Paltrow's Menopause Mentor and by Forbes for helping women thrive through menopause. Esther was also voted Best Nutritionist by Manhattan Magazine. She's appeared on the Today Show, ABC TV, and Good Day New York, and she's frequently quoted in Goop, Well and Good, Forbes, Time Magazine, the New York Post, the Los Angeles Times, In Style, Bazaar, Self, Fitness, Marie Claire, and Cosmo. Not too shabby, Esther. Sabrina Sarabella will also be joining us this afternoon. She is a clinical nutritionist, personal trainer, and fitness instructor. In addition to coaching clients with Esther, she owns a boutique fitness studio in Hoboken, New Jersey. She's also a certified behavior change specialist, a Reiki master, and law of attraction coach. She's in the process of becoming a certified NLP practitioner and clinical hypnotherapist. She's certified in yoga, Pilates, bar, kettlebells, meditation, and women's fitness specialist. Not too shabby, Sabrina. So you can see you're in good hands here. We hope that you have a great time. Thank you again for joining us. Without further ado, I will turn it over to Esther and we'll get this party started.
Hey, everyone, welcome. I'm so excited to see you all. And I thank you for creating space in your day for yourself. So today is really about you, which means you're going to leave here educated and empowered, and you're going to have a really clear roadmap on menopause, and you're going to have so many takeaways. And like it or not, you are actually all now charged with being menopause ambassadors. And this means that change begins with us. And if you leave here and you do not tell your friends and your doctors and your families about what you learned, you will be depriving other women to have the knowledge that you have and to change the world like you are going to do. So let's talk about you for a moment and just do a little bit of housekeeping. And let me get my video presentation up here. Okay. All right. Let me, pardon me. I'm not the tech person that Brandy is, so bear with me one quick minute. I'm going to share the screen. Okay. Okay, great. So for today, let's do some quick housekeeping. Today is about you, which means we want to eliminate distractions. We want to make sure you are as present as you can possibly be today. So silence your phone or even put it in another room. Make sure you go to the bathroom. Make sure if you are in the bathroom, you keep yourself on mute and your camera off. Although the rest of the day, I would love to see your faces if possible. Most importantly, I want to make sure that we set the tone that this is a really sacred space. This is a space where we are all here to be vulnerable, to share our stories with each other, and to really keep this within the circle of trust. This is being recorded. The recording is going to be released within 30 days. We all ask that you keep this, just close to your heart, close to the vest, just out of integrity for the other women who are vulnerably and presently sharing here today. Okay, so let's go through our agenda. 10 to 11:30, we're going to have our first training. We're going to have breaks throughout the day, so you can go to the bathroom, you can, check your phone then, fix yourself snacks. We're going to have another training from 11:45 to 1. You're going to be able to ask questions at the end of each session. And by the way, we are going to be giving away, I have bags. I have a bag of prizes, and I have fabulous t-shirts that say, "Gorgeous girls eat meat." This is from when I wrote "Cave Women Don't Get Fat." So we've got lots of giveaways and prizes, but you must be here at the end of the day when your names are going to be randomly chosen when you participate or share an aha moment. And at the end of the day, we're going to read your names off. So if you want to play, you got to stay. Okay. So we're excited to give you and send you these prizes. And these prizes, by the way, are like everything from vaginal lube to supplements, hydrators, the whole 9 yards. So you're going to have fun. After lunch, we're going to have an inspiration panel. We're going to learn about amazing ways you can level up your care. We're going to do stress management training and then a wrap up. So you'll see the day is going to go really, really quickly. All right. So why are we here, right? As I mentioned, empowerment. We are learning more about menopause on social media, myself included, okay? And I do hardcore research. Every week, I'm reading multiple research studies on menopause, and yet I'm also learning from, pioneers in the field. So, and I'm learning online. So the medical research for women is just not where it needs to be. I believe that will change. It's complicated to study women in menopause, but that doesn't mean it should not be done. So I'm going to empower you with the tools that I use every day and practice with my one-to-one clients, tools that I use on myself because I'm 52 and I am in perimenopause and going right through it with you. We're going to educate you on how to take control. That's why you're here, right? By the way, feel free to start putting in the chat like, hell yes, or yeah, I'm not alone here. I'm going to make menopause my bitch. Feel free to comment. We're going to interact. Tammy and Brandy are going to take notes of your questions and we'll address them throughout. And if you feel like you want to raise your hand and speak and comment, you can absolutely have the chance to do that. And then we're going to learn how to optimize your health through the journey and beyond. The tools that you are going to learn today are tools that you can take with you for the rest of your life. You could start using them at your next meal. You could start using them tomorrow or tonight before you go to bed. So this is all about action. Okay. I'm nothing without educating you gorgeous girls. All right. So we're going to start with action first. Okay. So in your workbook, and you should have your workbook. I printed mine out, but certainly the PDF you received is fillable. Has anyone not received the workbook? Because we could put it in the chat box as well. And Brandy, if I can trouble you, Brandy's going to put it in the chat box just in case it got buried in your emails. But I want you to just take 2 minutes right now and just write down 3 takeaways that you'd like to have from today. I even have takeaways I want to have from today because I will learn from you. So just take a breath. And if you don't have a pen and paper or you're watching on your phone, just take a breath and close your eyes for a minute and just really mentally set the intention for your day today. Okay. If you need some time, listen, if you're not feeling it, you're not really sure, just wait. It will come to you organically. And I've read through your comments already. I love them. Oh. All right. So I want to tell you all there is a light at the end of the vaginal tunnel. Okay. This is something I say to inspire you all because I hear and see a lot of hopelessness at times, a lot of frustration on my Instagram. I get a ton of DMs. I just want to tell you, life is not over. This is actually the beginning of just the next phase. And I remember my mom had a hysterectomy when she was 46. And she was like, oh my God, I never look back a day in my life. Like she was so happy, to be free of like monthly cramps and cycles and fibroids and pain and all that. I feel like we are not disappearing. We are getting louder. We are getting more empowered. I always envision like unzipping my skin and stepping into the new chapter because this is a real powerful, fiery time. I just bought pink tickets yesterday for November in New York because I was like, I just love the fire that surrounds her. And that's the energy that I really want you all to have going into menopause. Like it's nothing to be afraid of. You're going to have the tools to treat yourself. And you're going to move on with your life and be even better than you were before. And there's like just so many incredible changes. And you don't have to gain weight and you don't have to suffer and have no libido and feel horrible about yourself. You can feel sexy. You can feel confident. You can feel energized. I actually feel better now at 52 than I have in, I would say, 12 years. So there's like a lot of hope out there for you. All right, let's do some basic education. What are the differences between perimenopause and menopause? Well, the differences actually in technicality, really. Menopause means that you have gone 12 consecutive months without a period. So let's say you've gone 6 months without a period, and then you get like a flash period out of nowhere. Of course, you're on vacation and wearing something white because that's, that's Murphy's Law. And all of a sudden you get a flash period, then you start clock all over again. Okay. So it's got to be 12 consecutive months to know you're fully in menopause. How do you know you're in perimenopause? And a lot of doctors will say, hey, you know what? You're not in perimenopause because you're not between ages 45 and 52. And that is simply not true at all. I have seen women in my practice go through menopause at age 29. I am seeing a client now who's 39. I see women of all ages. Okay. So perimenopause you'll know when you're in it. And I'm guessing many of you are in it, if not in menopause, but you will notice your periods start to change. You will notice the second half of your cycle may feel radically different than the first half. The first half, you're like, I'm ready to go and I'm feeling my things and I'm thin and I'm not bloated and I got energy and mental clarity. In the second half of your cycle, you're like, wow, I'm kind of lethargic. My workouts are not as robust and I'm feeling kind of brain foggy. I got the dropsies. I'm clumsier. I feel bloaty. I'm more tired. I'm getting crampy. My boobs are sore. And wow, my periods are getting heavier, starting to clot a lot more. I don't, my periods are like turning into a crime scene. And you might also notice that you have what are called the genitourinary symptoms of menopause, which we'll be talking more about as your pelvic floor changes and as the vaginal pH changes, you're peeing more. Some of you may notice, like if you had some incontinence after a baby, that it's worsening now, that like you can't run anymore without peeing yourself. So there's a lot of symptoms out there. Other weird symptoms that I hear a lot about are like itchy ears or inner ear changes or vertigo, kind of like an itchy nose, what are called zaps. There's like 46 known symptoms of perimenopause. Okay, so let's talk about let's open this up, and Brandy, maybe you can read out. I want to get my trusty whiteboard out here. And I just want to start writing down, like symptoms. So Brandy, can you start sharing? Mute yourself, everybody. Make sure you're muting. Okay. So what are can everyone put in the chat box, or Brandy, can you read?
Yeah, we're getting a lot here. Here we go. Inconsistent periods.
Okay.
Lethargic.
What was that? Lethargic?
Lethargic.
Yep.
Insomnia.
Mm-hmm.
Anxiety.
Oh, yes. Anxiety.
No libido.
Sorry, I hope you're not all seeing my ass here, but if you are, it's all right. What else?
Extremely heavy periods.
Mm-hmm. I just call those the hostage situation crime scene. Yep.
Constipation.
Fun, right?
So much fun. Moodiness. Muscle pain all over.
What was that?
Muscle pain all over.
Muscle pain. Interesting. Okay.
Sleep issues, which I think we've said. Dizziness.
Yes.
Let's see. Cramping after periods. Thyroid issues.
Fibroid or thyroid?
Thyroid.
Thyroid, yes, that happens.
Let's see. Grumpy. Food sensitivities. I don't know if I gave you that one.
Not yet, no.
Okay.
I can't spell. Okay.
Thinning hair.
Okay.
Breaking out like a teenager. Glucose issues and pre-diabetes.
Okay.
Night sweats. Rosacea. Thinning skin. Less energy. Do you want me to keep going? We could probably do this.
Let's fill up the page.
Plantar fasciitis.
Yep.
Not as strong mentally.
So less resilient. Okay.
dry skin.
Yep.
Let's see, uncomfortable sex.
Painful sex. Yes.
Christina says all the things.
All the things. Okay, let's do two more.
Okay, restless leg syndrome.
Yep. And that's probably the muscle cramps. Yep.
And increased injuries.
Yes. Okay. All right. So we've got 1, 2, 3. So we've got at least 22 symptoms here, which we are going to revisit these. So thank you. At least 22 symptoms from all of you in this room. And that is not, it's more than 100 of you. Okay. So imagine all the women not on this call who are getting even more issues, and we're afraid to go to our doctors, and our doctors don't even know what the hell to do with us. So again, exactly why we're here. And by the way, spoiler alert, ladies, there's going to be another book coming down the pike with a functional GYN. So it's going to be awesome. Okay. All right, let's run through let's do the State of the Union on menopause here. How many click yet? Right, like NYT, if you read that awesome New York Times article 2 weeks ago in the Sunday spread. I mean, oh my God, that was fire. But between that article and talking to doctors and doing my own research, here's some of the statistics, okay? Medical school is not required to teach menopause care. Of the medical schools out there, only 59% even have it in the curriculum at all. Okay. And I've pulled GYNs on this, and they say, we kind of learn about it in residency. Okay. They're also not teaching pelvic floor health at all. So when I write about this in the book, but when I wrote See You Later, Ovulator, right? I was in the midst of getting pelvic floor therapy by a woman named Hope, who I call my vagician, very lovingly. I mean, please, she's had her fingers up my vagina. Let's be clear. Like, she is clearly like the most intimate person in my life other than my husband. But let me tell you, she got me from peeing 4 to 7 times a night to peeing twice a night, sometimes once if I'm really good with my exercises. So, and yet no doctor ever told me this. I complained about to my GYN, and it wasn't until one of my girlfriends said, damn, I'm having all these issues down below. And I found a urogynecologist, and like, he sent me to a pelvic floor therapist. And I was like, give me the name of a pelvic floor therapist. And I found one near me, and the rest is history. So again, you're not going through this alone. Part of the reason why I write my book is because these are the books that I wish someone wrote for me, because I know that we need answers out there. Okay. So, oh my goodness, my apologies. Let me get back to my slideshow. Okay. The other thing is,
Esther,
yes.
I just had a quick question. Do you know the article name in NYT?
Yes, it was called.
I'll post the link.
Oh, perfect, Tammy. Thank you.
Yeah, it's called Women Have Been Misled About Menopause. It was an article, and then it was also in the Sunday spread. So it's a killer article. It's 15 pages. I printed this sucker out. I read it. It took me like an hour plus to read it. I was highlighting everything. Okay. Also, a big trend, and we'll touch on this. I don't have too much time to talk about hormones today, but I know it's a burning question, and it's all I write about on social. So I just want to say, the menomyths about the Women's Health Initiative have been debunked. So what is the menomyth on the women's, does everyone even know what the Women's Health Initiative is or was? No, yes. Okay. So the Women's Health Initiative was a study done in 1991 that put women who were in their late 60s, by the way, they were 10 years post-menopause, they put them on Premarin, which is synthetic estrogen derived from the urine of pregnant horses. Already not exactly physiologically compatible and not a terrifically well-designed study. Why is this? Because think of hormones, how they exist in nature. Our bodies don't just produce estrogen. Our bodies produce estrogen, progesterone, DHEA, testosterone, which is the dominant hormone in a woman's body, by the way, before she goes into menopause. Okay, it's not just a man's hormone, it's a woman's hormone. So they gave these women solely synthetic, not bioidentical estrogen, and then started looking at research coming in and tests, and they said, oh my God, this Premarin in postmenopausal women is going to cause blood clots. It's going to increase your risk of breast cancer. It's going to increase your risk of heart disease. And all of a sudden, women who'd been thriving beautifully on hormone replacement therapy and mastering their menopause got yanked off. And 2 decades of women were deprived solid hormone replacement therapy. So, and I write about this in See You Later, Ovulator, but sometimes it's good to hear it. So in 2018 and 2022, the North American Menopause Society said, hold on a minute, let's revisit this study. They looked at it and they said, not only was the study so poorly designed, not only was the data misinterpreted, but hormones are safe to take. Hormones are early intervention is best. They do not cause the risk has been debunked for the correlation between blood clots, heart disease, and cancer. Now, I'm not a doctor, so big disclaimer here. If you have a history of cancer or blood clots, obviously talk to your doctor. This is not a blanket statement, but I just want to tell you what the data and the research says. So I have no personal attachment to hormones, although I love taking them, but it's not like I'm getting paid by big pharma to tell you all this, but I'm telling you this because the fact is this information is not getting conveyed to you in your doctor's offices. How many, raise your hand or put in the chat if you've been gaslit in a doctor's office? Myself included, right? A lot of us. Yes. And you're nodding your head because you're like, what the hell is this BS? Yes. So what happens is I have like a very big celebrity client and I am literally educating her GYN on her menopause care plan. That is messed up. Okay. The pamphlets that you see and that you get from a pharmacist still have all the warning labels, all the cancer labels. And a lot of doctors will say, these are going to give you cancer. I can't prescribe these for you. That is outdated. There are 20 pages of research studies in the back of this book to support everything I'm telling you. If you got the digital copy of the book, you can literally click on the links. Okay. So don't be afraid of hormones. They are amazing. Oh, Michelle's holding her coffee up. Awesome. They are incredible. They can be life-changing. You don't have to go on them to change your life at all. We're here to talk about the foundations that you can do, all the lifestyle pieces. They're not the only thing, but they can be a thing. Okay. So I just want to address that as in the state of menopause, because that's how we're going to create change in this world, is by knowledge and education and empowerment. Okay. My apologies. All right. All right. The other problem with menopause care, and yes, Jill, I see you raising your hand, we will definitely get to you in the Q&As. Half of practicing GYNs are also less than 50 years old. So it's really hard to get good menopause care from someone who is either male or hasn't gone through menopause. All right. So 2017 survey showed 20% of trained residents had not had a single lecture on menopause, which is, again, so egregious because every single woman goes through menopause. Half the population goes through menopause. We either go through it organically by aging through it. We go through it surgically through hysterectomy or partial hysterectomy, and we go through it chemically if we've gone on chemo or on chemo medications. And a third of those surveyed said they would not prescribe hormones, even if someone didn't have risk factors. So we are the ones who have to change. All right. So optimizing menopause care means we do all the things. We're going to be talking about this today. There is no one thing that cures menopause. How many people have seen so many ads on Instagram or social media on YouTube, just selling one single supplement that reduced their hot body fat, got rid of all their hot flashes, and just gave them their whole life back? Right? That's not how it works. This is the time in life when we have to just reevaluate our lives and take a hard look at how we've been living and say, yeah, you know what, maybe it's time to kind of revamp my 4 glasses of wine a week and staying up too late and living like we're college students. Because at this point, we're writing checks that our bodies do not want to cash. So hormones are a piece of the puzzle. Yes. Diet. Oh my gosh, we're going to get deep into diet. I can't even wait. Supplements can be helpful as well. Sleep, okay? Sleep is your metabolic mistress, and sleep can be a vicious cycle because as your estrogen, it could be a chicken egg scenario. As your estrogen declines, your sleep can get worse. And then as your sleep gets worse, your progesterone can decline. So, but there's a lot you can do with diet and lifestyle to rock out your sleep. Muscle mass, okay. Ladies, I don't know how many of you lift weights. Do you lift weights? Some strength training, Pilates, some weights, okay? So weightlifting is also really, really, really important. If you're not doing it, I highly recommend you start. Stress management, again, like what worked for us in our 20s and 30s and 40s, which is often alcohol, not so great now. All right, so let's talk about gut health. Why am I talking about gut health? Anyone want to put in the chat? Does anyone know? So fun. Yeah, gut health, the better your gut health is in, yeah, Dr. Stacy Sims says lift heavy shit. That's exactly it. Kettlebells. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, awesome. Lift heavy shit. So gut health matters because the better your gut is in menopause, the better your outcome of menopause will be. All right. Can everyone see this? Tammy, are words blocked? Okay. Words are blocked. Yes. Or you can see.
I can see your presentation.
Okay, good. All right. So let's talk about how the state of your gut what it has to do with menopause. All right. First of all, it controls what I heard called by a doctor recently, inflammaging. It's kind of a combination of inflammation and aging. So your gut regulates your inflammatory processes. And I see this because literally when I look at my client's stool test, I can see pro-inflammatory bacteria in the gut. Manages your estrobolome. What the hell is the estrobolome? So you might have heard of the microbiome. With the microbiome, for those of you who don't know, is it's trillions of bacteria that make up your intestinal tract, your small intestine. And what those bacteria do is regulate your immune function. They help make neurotransmitters in the brain like dopamine and serotonin. They help regulate inflammation. They help offset brain fog. They give you like mental focus, clarity, happy mood. So estrobolome is a subset of those bacteria that help metabolize estrogen. Estrogen's metabolized in your liver, and it's also metabolized in your gut. So the estrobolome is really important. You detox through your gut. Also helps with joint pain, sleep, absorption of nutrients, kind of key, because that's going to affect your bones and your sleep and your brain and your risk of chronic disease. Helps fight brain fog, good positive mental health. No one is talking about the dramatic changes in mental health that women can get in menopause. They can get a lot of depression and anxiety and are put on antidepressants. WTF is that? Menopause is not an antidepressant deficiency. It's a hormone and lifestyle. It's a call to change up your hormones and lifestyle. The menopause. Okay. Does everyone know what the menopause is? Do you know what I'm talking about? You know, it's that 5-decade delight. Okay. It's when all of a sudden we went from a flat stomach and feeling good to just all of a sudden having this rubber tire or the muffin top that came on, and maybe it's turned into a cake top. So all of that. Okay. But also gut health regulates cortisol, your stress hormones, which really affects your sleep and your muscle mass. Estrogen detox, and even the genitourinary symptoms of menopause are regulated with your gut. So pretty wild, right? All right, let's talk about pooping. Does anyone know why pooping is important? And why, and how many times, feel free to put in, how many times a day are you pooping, if at all, or how many times a week? Some people, it's like an extra appendage. Some people are pooping 1 to 2 times a week and are told that this is normal. 1 to 2 times a week is not normal. Just because it's normal for you and it's common doesn't mean it's normal. Think about when you were a baby, you pooped many times a day, okay? That is how your body is supposed to be. 1 to 2, 1 to even 3 times a day is completely normal and beneficial. So how do you think you detox your estrogen? If you had a big smelly bag of trash in your kitchen, you wouldn't just like leave it there in the middle of the kitchen. You'd say, oh man, I got to take out the trash. Every day you have to take out the trash, because otherwise, if you don't, you will actually stay estrogen dominant. And yes, in case you didn't know, you can be estrogen dominant even in menopause, and you will feel crappy if you decide to take estrogen as part of your hormone replacement therapy. Isn't this shit wild? No pun intended, but really, come on. All right. So what are some foundations for a good gut renovation, as I like to call it? Okay. First of all, your nervous system. If you are in a fight or flight state, if you are scrolling on your phones at meal times, I'm not saying I'm perfect at this. I'm just empowering you with the education. You are activating your fight or flight nervous system. When you are in a state of fight or flight, when you are always really stressed out, where do you think your blood flow is going? Your blood flow is going to go to your extremities. This is a primal response that is programmed into our DNA, which is millions of years old. If your body has perceived stress, whether you were in Paleolithic times and like bolting from, an animal that wandered into your cave, or if you are, modern day stress and you have a lot of deadlines, or you're running to pick up kids at carpool, or you're taking care of an aging parent, and you're not sitting and breathing while you eat, the blood is not circulating to your GI tract. So if you take 3 deep breaths at a meal, before a meal, give a moment of pause, say grace, give some gratitude. That is where you want your body to be when you breathe, okay? Because if you're under a state of fight or flight, your gut literally won't even produce hydrochloric acid. It'll say, nope, not time to digest. I need to bolt. Okay. Chew your food. Digestion begins in the mouth. Your stomach does not have teeth. Spoiler alert, it doesn't have teeth, but your mouth does. So you got to chew your food until it's the consistency of baby food, especially if you're eating raw veggies. Sit down. You'd be amazed how many times I have to tell people sit down when they eat. I mean, come on. One of my really close friends, she came to me as a client and informed me that while her husband and son sat down at the table, she stood up at the counter and ate. I was like, what is that? You cannot. And same thing with snacks. You can't stand up and eat out of the bowl, bag of potato chips. You gotta put things in a plate and sit down. So you monitor your portions. Okay. Let's say you're having reflux, bloating, heartburn, which also happens. Those were one of the menopausal symptoms that we mentioned. maybe we didn't, food sensitivities. Nobody mentioned heartburn, but heartburn and bloating are a real issue. So my secret cocktail for that is celery juice first thing in the morning. And you take an entire bunch of celery and you run it through a juicer first thing in the morning. You drink it on an empty stomach, and then you wait 20 minutes, and then you have your regular breakfast. If you have heartburn, you add in 2 tablespoons of fresh aloe gel, like from a leaf, or you can get bottled aloe gel. This cocktail alone helps me get my clients off of their PPIs or acid blockers, Prevacid, Tagamet, Zantac, any of those in like 3 weeks. So it really helps your body naturally restore digestive fire and make hydrochloric acid. Okay. I'll come back. Thank God for regularity. I'll come back to your questions. Oop. I shouldn't go off screen share because then I mess up the technical piece again. All right. So, oh my goodness, I'm sorry. How do I get this back? Okay. Cooked versus raw foods, another great way to kind of be very gentle to your gut, especially if you just bloat up from raw foods. Gluten-free diet as needed. I have posts on Instagram about this. A lot of women just feel better when they're going through the transition of menopause to go on a gluten-free diet. I do see a lot of gut inflammation. This is hormone related. If you may find you never had an issue with with gut issues before and you do in menopause, it's usually due to the decline in estrogen and progesterone, which really help protect the mucus lining of the gut wall. Okay, the next one, I'm sorry, ladies, be judicious with alcohol. It's really not helping your sleep or your gut health right now. Strengthen digestive fire. You can also put some apple cider vinegar, a tablespoon in 8 ounces of water, and sip that like 30 minutes before a meal. That's a great, just natural, simple remedy you can do with food. Movement, sitting all day, not so good for constipation. Walking is a really gentle massage for your gut. And the squatty potty. Does anyone use the squatty potty or know about it or use a stool under your feet when you poop? What it does is it's designed, think about how we used to poop before we had indoor plumbings. We did it in a squat position over a hole, right? Or off a cliff somewhere. So that naturally the position supports your colon to be in a position where bowel movements can pass more easily. Also, I should have put here, strengthen your pelvic floor, because if you have a weak pelvic floor, it will also keep you, it's harder to pass a bowel movement. Isn't life fun? I mean, this is so fun. But again, knowledge is power. I tell you this not to put fear of God in you. I tell you this because now you know, and when you know better, you do better. And by the way, if any of you want to screenshot these, you can. Just if you post or reshare, I will ask that you give me credit, just credit the source out of integrity, but feel free to screenshot these. All right, so some basic eating behaviors. Okay. Can you see me moving this around, the Zoom around? Just trying to, okay. So basic eating behaviors, you want to also make sure you're truly hungry before you eat. A lot of the time, we're overeating or we're eating before we're honestly really hungry. So you want to start eating like around a 3 and kind of stop around a 6 or 7. You never want to be overly hungry and you never want to be overly starving either. So the goal is to know your body. This is a great time to play with intermittent fasting if you feel like, it's going to work for you. Or if you notice you're just not as hungry as you used to be in the mornings, it's okay to intermittent fast. Okay. So sleep is your metabolic mistress, but so is muscle. So sleep, let's talk a little bit about sleep because that has to do with gut renovation as well, is fixing your sleep. So sleep is really important. A lot of the issues we talked about, right? The kind of moodiness, the dizziness, thyroid changes, low energy, brain fog, irritability, that can all be addressed with good quality sleep. And you need good sleep to heal your gut health. Okay. Lifting heavy shit, right, is also a great way to start managing some of your other symptoms, the insulin management, the inflammation, your metabolism, your bone density, and your cognitive function. Let's talk about, so let's circle back on the conversation on why early intervention is so important. And I'm just going to talk to you here. Here we go. Okay, so let's talk about why hormones are so important and why that New York Times article was so key. Is again, oh, just make sure you mute yourself. So hormones are important, and because they're life-changing, quite simply. And if you can't take hormones or don't want to take hormones, then of course it's always your body, your choice. But I want to educate you on what's possible for yourself, because the research shows, and I was so pissed when I wrote See You Later, Ovulator. I was like, God damn it. Like I said to my husband, why the hell don't women have access to this? Why are our doctors not even mentioning this to us when we're going through, when we come to them with that long list of symptoms that you all beautifully, eloquently stated? Why are they not saying, you know what, it may be time to bring hormones in? Number one, hormones, and estrogen in particular, protect gray matter in the brain. Nobody tells women that they lose gray matter in the brain after menopause. If you think about memory care units and who they're filled with elderly women. When does Alzheimer's express itself? When do the symptoms fully come out? Usually around 20 years after menopause, right? It takes 20 years. It takes a long time for the lesions and the scarring to really affect us on a very real level in our activities of daily living. Okay, so hormones preserve cognitive function. It's not just estrogen, it's progesterone and it's testosterone. And that regulates everything from learning centers in the brain to mood, to energy, cognitive function. And mood is important because hormones also treat anxiety, they treat depression. You're not depressed. You are hormone deficient. You may be depressed with life circumstances, of course, death, job change, divorce. All of those things are, of course, going to give you depression. But if you notice like you're not really a depressed person and all of a sudden you are, think about hormones. The other things that hormones do is protect our bones. The research has shown that women given estrogen, and you don't even have to necessarily wait till full menopause, but the closer you give estrogen to menopause, the better the outcomes for bone density. If you are taking vitamin D and boron and vitamin K and calcium, that is good, but the results will not be the same as if you take estrogen alongside those other nutrients, plus eating a high protein diet, plus strength training. Okay. Also, hormones have a huge effect of offsetting the risk of heart disease. So again, my goal in teaching this is to keep all of you out of memory care units, keep you from breaking your hips and your bones. A lot of people say that falls and fractures are the #1 cause of mortality above the age of 65. However, it's not often the falls that are actually killing us. It's the hips and the femurs break and then we fall. They snap from brittle bones. So again, imagine a life where you're like one of those dancing grannies on Instagram. I saw a woman who was 100 years old, like running in a race. I was like, damn, girl, that's really impressive. I always say to my son, I just want to be in the gym lifting like well through my 90s. And here's the thing too. Here's another menomyth is we think, my metabolism's just going to slow down as I age. That is absolute bullshit. It's not true. The research shows our metabolisms do not slow down. We are the ones slowing down. We are not active the way we should be. We're not training our muscle. And you don't even have to lift often. You have to lift 2 times a week. The research doesn't even show a benefit lifting 3 times a week over 2 times a week. But I like to strength train 3 times a week just because mentally it makes me feel like a badass. But you really can get away with exercising smarter, not harder. Okay. So the last thing I want to talk about with hormones is offsetting the genitourinary syndrome of menopause. Does anyone know what that is? What is GSM? Is this a familiar term? Right. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for being here and learning this. So GSM is the genitourinary symptoms of menopause. This means that you see a shift in your pelvic floor. It means you see a weakening of muscles. You can have bladder prolapse. You can have incontinence. You can have actual atrophy of the vaginal walls where they collapse in, and a thinning of the vaginal walls, which makes sex extraordinarily painful because you can have micro tears in the vaginal walls just through penetration. Ouch. And it also means clitoral atrophy and urethral atrophy. So you're more prone to UTIs due to structural changes and also pH changes in the vaginal walls. So above the age of 45, and if you don't follow the work of Dr. Rachel Rubin, she's a urologist and a sexual wellness expert. Yes, that's you, Heidi, right? Because we're all freaking struggling here and no one's talking about this. So if that's you, just know that all of you can use vaginal estrogen. It's extraordinarily safe. It will help rebuild the collagen in the inside of the vaginal walls. It will help offset UTIs, stop the nighttime peeing, along with pelvic floor strength work, of course. It will help restore your sex life. It will help with the thickening of the vaginal walls comes natural lubrication. And the women, and for those of you who are saying, I have a risk of cancer, I can't do it. I just want to tell you some encouraging news, which is this. The Framingham Nurses study showed that women on vaginal estrogen for 18 years showed no increased risk for cancer. Why is this? Because with bioidentical, just so you know, when I'm referring to hormone replacement, I'm always talking about bioidentical. Bioidentical hormones are 1/5 of the dose of a birth control pill. They, in the vaginal canal, they stay localized. There is no changes in circulating blood levels of estrogen from using vaginal estrogen. I will repeat that. You will not raise your blood estrogen or change your blood hormones from using it's as 1 cubic centimeter of vaginal estrogen 2 times a week. The downside is you got to use it for life. Okay. It's like washing your face and flossing your teeth. You have to do your daily maintenance or your biweekly maintenance. How do you get vaginal estrogen? Through a GYN. And here's the other public service announcement, ladies. And I did a post about it. And if you're on my mailing list, I'm going to send an email about it mid-March. There are bioidentical hormones that are FDA approved and covered by insurance. Isn't that awesome? So you can get you can get a ring which has vaginal estrogen, but it's not birth control. You can get tablets, you can get creams. So you choose the delivery system that you feel is going to work best for you. You could talk it over with your doctor. If it's too painful to insert, talk to your doctor about inserting a vaginal moisturizer. Creams may be more comfortable than tablets for you. And, it's really going to change your life. But if you still say, screw this, I don't want to do it, I don't want to do vaginal estrogen, then there are gynecology practices that will also do laser therapy in the vaginal walls, which can also strengthen the collagen in the vaginal walls. I am just going to pop in and just answer a couple chat questions here.
Yeah, we're getting several of them, Esther. This is a hot topic.
It's a hot topic. I cannot get vaginal.
Tina asks, is vaginal necessary if you're using a topical estrogen cream?
So topical estrogen creams usually are for the vulva, and they will help prevent UTIs or yeast infections. But internally, you do need to put it internally to work on the vaginal walls. You want to throw some other questions out? Oh, yeah. If you're in Ontario, Ontario, Canada's tough with bioidenticals. I'm not sure, but come to the US or go to Spain, ladies, because you can get progesterone over the counter there. My goodness. Okay.
If you're doing an estrogen patch, would you also benefit from vaginal cream?
Yes, you would, because estrogen patches alone are not enough. And I'm a classic example where I use both, that I use topical estrogen as a cream, and it was not touching the vaginal dryness. And if you don't know what dryness feels like, it's usually itchiness, pain, and burning. More questions, Brandy? Couple
Yeah, Judy asks, can you talk more about bioidentical and exactly what that means? Have a patch, is that bioidentical?
Yes. So patches can be bioidentical for estrogen, but there's like a patch, for example, called Vivel, which has bioidentical estrogen, but synthetic progesterone. I know it's a little confusing. Bioidentical means it's derived from plants. Compounded estrogen can be made, is also bioidentical and can be made in a compounding pharmacy. So it's more physiologically compatible with your body. And the delivery systems are important, because if you're someone who's not pooping every day, if you have the MFTHR gene, if you're not detoxing well, then using estrogen in a patch or cream is awesome, because it bypasses the liver and the gut and is absorbed through your skin. Same with testosterone. And progesterone can be taken as prometrium, which is bioidentical progesterone. I get that for $3 at my local pharmacy, bottle for a month. Or you can get an oral troche compounded in a compounding pharmacy. The downside to compounding pharmacies is they're more expensive. The upside is you can really customize the dose. But let's say, like I've seen plenty of doctors say who put their patients on bioidentical estrogen patches, and they'll just say, just cut the patch in half if it's too high, or, double up, or there's ways to totally work around it. You want to throw in one or two more questions?
Yeah, a few more. Do you ever use the Dutch test in order to help guide estrogen pathways?
I do. In my private practice, I absolutely do. Yes. The Dutch test, for those of you who don't know, is a dried urine test for comprehensive hormones. So it does look at how your body breaks down estrogen and how you detox and metabolize it. It looks at your hormone production. It's a very comprehensive test.
And Heidi asks, every time I've tried patches, I break out in a red, itchy spot beneath the patch. Is that an allergy to the glue, or is that the estrogen?
Yeah, it could be either. So you may want to revisit with your doctor and see if you could switch to a cream, like a biased cream, or, ask your doctor what you can do. You may do better with a compound formula. If the estrogen patch also has like a little progesterone, it could be a myriad of conditions. Yeah.
And Laura asks, will estrogen dominance cause excess yeast at certain times of the cycle?
It can definitely cause excess yeast. Yes. for sure, because it can make you insulin resistant as well. So that can absolutely, estrogen dominance can definitely impact your blood sugar balance. And, you know, if you're kind of hyperglycemic, it can change the pH of the vaginal canal and make you more prone to yeast infections. So I'm going to keep going, and then we're going to come back to questions. But I'm loving these questions. I mean, what you're asking, like I'm so glad you're here, because you're all, you know, clearly needing this information. And so this is the place to get it. Okay. Oh, are we here already? Okay. So let's talk about, I want you to all hear from Julie, my client.
Hello from Texas. I'm so honored to be here and to share my journey with Esther and how she helped me with my health and wellness. Before I met Esther, my weight was at its highest. I was in constant back pain and constantly struggled with IBS, and I wasn't sleeping well. I just didn't feel great about myself, but kind of came to the conclusion that that's just who I was going to be. I wasn't getting any help from doctors, and all they said was eat less and exercise more. And I was just exhausted and worn out. And I had tried different health programs. I tried macrobiotics, counting calories, even tried to be vegan, because I didn't think I could eat meat. Everything just tore up my stomach. So I really was at a loss. And I came across Esther in 2020 on one of her classes that she did online. And I was like, she may know what she's talking about. So I gave her a try, stepped out on faith. I really had to overcome my hopelessness and my lack of self-esteem and knowledge. And Esther just pumped me up with all of that. The struggles with IBS were pretty bad, and my back pain. And so I turned to alcohol to help with the back pain and the mood swings. And it was just a up and down battle that was not fun to live that way. Just experiencing that constant pain and feeling bad about myself with my extra weight. I just felt miserable. And I wasn't real sure where I was at with my menopause, because the doctors would never run any tests. I had had a hysterectomy when I was 35. And so when I was getting closer to about around 45, I started having lots of signs, but they really didn't give me any guidance at all. Just rest and de-stress. And it's hard to do when you feel all that stress inside of you. So going to Esther and getting those hormone tests done and the gut testing, it was just amazing to get that roadmap for exactly what my body needed. Most of the diet programs out there say, well, this works for everybody, and it doesn't. Esther knows how to dig deep and find exactly what works and what your body is needing. That summer when I worked with her for 4 months, well, we did a 6-month program, but in 4 months, I lost 45 pounds. I didn't have any more IBS, thankful for the supplements that she found that my body needed to help clean it out. I wasn't having any back pain. We made exercise fun for me, because for me, it has to be fun. It can't just be monotonous and the same thing over and over. But we made it fun, and it was easier to keep up with it that way. And I was sleeping better, and I just, all in all, just felt better about myself and life. And all those times with Esther were just amazing. I had never worked with a dietitian before. I just read books and did my own research online and was overwhelmed and confused and couldn't find anything that would work for me. But Esther knows how to find what works for you. She's done the research. She runs the test to see where you're at in your own journey. and I highly recommend her. I just absolutely loved the one-on-one guidance with her and the motivation. Our follow-up calls were just amazing and always new information. She didn't just start with one thing and then that's it. We continued to dig and to find more things that worked as my body changed and needed different things. And she's just absolutely amazing. And at first I thought there's just no way we could pay for this, but I knew it wasn't a choice for me. I had to do it. I desperately needed her guidance, and I will never regret that. And, you know, it's a struggle every day. And whenever I start backtracking, I get out my paperwork from Esther because I know what she taught me is what works for me. And I haven't bought another diet book. I haven't done any research for any other programs online because I got all my answers with Esther. So what I can say is just step out on faith. If you're thinking about it one way or the other, just say yes. You're not going to regret it. You're going to want Esther in your life. My life hasn't been the same since I met her, and it's such an amazing, wonderful thing. So don't waste a moment. Invest in yourself, and you're not going to regret it. Just listen to Esther. She has the answers. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here and share a bit of my story.
Beautiful. So gorgeous. So all of this, hi, Anika. All of this is my friend Anika is here, which I'm so honored because Anika and I went through functional medicine training back in like 1998 together. So honored to have you here, Anika. Okay. So let's open the floor up to questions. We have, well, and let me ask you a question. Okay. We do have a workbook, a worksheet for you to go into breakout sessions now, if you like, but I also want to answer your questions. So can you just comment, like, do you want me to answer? I'm here to serve you ladies today. So do you want me to answer your questions? You could just raise your hand versus breakout rooms. Do you have a preference? If you want questions, answer, raise your hand. You love more Q&A, questions. Okay, let's stay together. Okay, let's answer questions. Brandy, take it away, sister.
Okay, Amy asks, how do you stop hair loss with testosterone?
Okay, so are you on synthetic testosterone or pellets? Because that is usually when you get the hair loss. HRT testosterone cream. Okay, so if normally with testosterone, it should not be causing hair loss or hair growth on your face or irritability or rage or like a sex drive that's so crazy that your partner is like running scared from you. This definitely happens with pellets a lot. And also, if it's with the cream, then maybe you do want to get a Dutch test and get your methylation pathways checked in your liver, or you want to lower the dose. I would stop it and restart and make sure it's, you know, all testosterone usually has to be compounded. It's not FDA approved for women. Can you believe this? Testosterone, which was the most abundant hormone for women prior to menopause, is not FDA approved for women. So as much as estrogen and progesterone are FDA approved and you can get them bioidentical, with testosterone, you cannot. It's like the ultimate middle finger to women. So yes, I would revisit that. Okay. Should we take DHEA cream too? You know, DHEA, I'm so glad you asked. This is another great option for you. Now, it's a more expensive option vaginally. It is not FDA approved, which means you're going to pay out of pocket about. But let's say you have vaginal dryness and you don't want to use estrogen. There's research that shows that using vaginal DHEA cream every day for 12 weeks will have the same benefits as vaginal estrogen. You can also take it orally. You would need to start in very low doses and like 5 milligrams and work with a practitioner on this. And you should also get your levels tested to see if you even need it. But it is Like DHEA is another important piece of hormone replacement. Okay, next question.
Catherine asks, as a 1 time a week pooper, I was prescribed laxatives. What do you think of laxatives like Laxaday? I'm very hesitant and suspicious. I feel like I'm treating a symptom and not the cause.
Yeah, laxatives and colonics will only treat the symptoms, but won't get you pooping. So if you need me to pull up, or maybe we can pull up later the slide on how to fix your pooping, your constipation situation, we can do that for you. But start with the celery juice, start with hydrating yourself, lemons in water all day, start with movement, eating cooked foods, getting enough fiber in there. All of those can be helpful. Magnesium at night can also really do wonders. I love the form of magnesium as the glycinate form because it's readily absorbed. You could take, 400 milligrams once or twice a day quite easily. And that is also a great sleep hack too.
And Esther, getting back to the celery juice, we had a few questions earlier about that. First off, can you just say the concoction again? But
yes.
Then secondly, people wanted to know, does it have to be super fresh? Is there anything in particular you should look for when you're buying the celery or the aloe?
Yeah. So celery, ideally, if you can get organic, great, but don't let perfect be the enemy of done. If you're really committing to it, you could probably negotiate the price of a case if you went to like Whole Foods or Costco. And what you do is you take an entire bunch of celery, the whole bunch, not just 1 or 2 stalks. You cut off the tip and the base, and you you wash the stalks, run them through the juicer, drink it first thing in the morning on an empty stomach. If you have a Vitamix or like a high-speed blender, you can also chop up the celery, throw in a cup of water, mix, blend it well and strain it through a nut milk bag or a cheesecloth. And if you're having heartburn or reflux, you can add in 2 tablespoons of fresh aloe gel, which you can buy, aloe. I see stacks of aloe leaves in Whole Foods or grocery stores. You just cut like a 2-inch cross section and scoop the gel in. And that's it. If you can't do it first thing in the morning, you can drink it just like an hour before a meal or even 20 minutes before a meal. If you're really pressed for time in the morning, you could make it the night before, put it in an opaque glass, right? And then drink it the next morning first thing. But fresh is best for optimal potency.
Okay,
if you take thyroid meds in the morning, obviously take anything an hour away from your thyroid meds, including supplements, juices, anything, food. Yeah.
Okay. Somebody asks, what is the line between BHRT and lifestyle? When do you know you need to address more lifestyle or you need more HRT?
You always need to address lifestyle first. Remember that slide I put up a couple slides back? For those of you who didn't miss it, who didn't see, now you see my beautiful family. Okay. All right. For those of you, let me see if I can. I'm going the wrong way. Let's go back to that scale. All right. For anyone, screenshot this if you need. I'm going to take just 10 seconds for you to screenshot this. Okay. So your lifestyle question, hormones alone are not going to do the heavy lifting, but guess what? None of these things alone are going to do the heavy lifting. I have a lot of people say to me, terrified of hormones, I'm just going to take yoga and drink my green juices. All the yoga and green juices in the world are not going to bring back your ovarian production of hormones. When the party's over, it's over. Your body is saying, you know what? I do not want to even have the opportunity to carry a pregnancy at this point. I am not in my reproductive years anymore, and shop is closed. And then your hormone production switches over to your adrenals. So lifestyle is key. And we're going to talk a lot. The whole afternoon is going to be talking about lifestyle. But if you go on hormones and you don't have the lifestyle pieces in, you're not going to see changes. if you have all the lifestyle pieces and still need hormones, you may not see all the changes. So it's not one or the other. It's really both, or all, I should say.
Nicole asks, how do you stop ovulation pain? Her cramps are lasting 5 to 7 days. For me, it's helped a little.
Okay, so my girlfriend, and if you can find this, Brandy, I want to give a shout out to my girlfriend, Amy Ropp, AIMEE Ropp. And she calls it fertility oil, but it's castor oil, and it comes in a beautiful dropper bottle, and you apply a teaspoon every night to the pelvic floor region. So Thanksgiving week, of course, I'm hosting like 20 people. The night before, I'm up with the worst pain, like since labor. I had ruptured a cyst. The pain went on for a week. And I go to my doctor. I can't even get a sonogram, an ultrasound for 2 weeks. I go home crying. I insist. I'm like, I have got to be like, I came home and I was like, I can't even believe I write books on this shit and I can't even advocate for myself. And my cousin was like, you call the doctor's office and you get in. So you demand to be seen. So I did that. I get seen and the covering physician says, well, yes, you have fibroids and you had a cyst that probably ruptured. And I said, great. So I'm testing her. Literally, I could have written the conversation in the book. I'm testing her and I say, all right, what do you recommend for treatment? I shit you not. She said, well, you can either go on the birth control pill. What? You can either put in an IUD. No, thank you. Or we can do a surgery that cuts off blood supply to your ovaries. I was like, no. And then the final, like the cherry on the sundae, she goes, or you could just have a hysterectomy. I was like, no, what else you got? She goes, well, you can take Advil 5 days before and after your period. So I went to Amy, who happens to be a fertility expert who lives down the street from me. Lucky me. She was like, put some castor oil on every day. And I've done that and not had a lick of ovarian pain since. So that's wonderful. Queen of Thrones also makes gorgeous castor oil packs that are like quite sexy. I say that with like, as sexy as a castor oil pack can be. And you can also take herbs like cramp bark, which really fight the cramps. Okay. Thank you for putting that up, Brandy. So yes, I use the castor oil. The first 2 months, I used it every night at bedtime. Since then, I kind of use it just when I'm cramping. That's it, which is like a lot less. Okay, Brandy, take it away.
Would you recommend that for large fibroids as well? Amy's asking for any recommendations on large fibroids and uterus. Surgery would be the very last resort.
Yes. So fibroids really need to be monitored with your doctor. You want to make sure that you're really moving estrogen through and detoxing it. You want to work with a practitioner to see if you're a candidate for DIM or calcium D-glucarate to help move estrogen through. Not everyone is a candidate, by the way, so don't just self-prescribe that because you read it somewhere online. But certainly herbal support, milk thistle tea, really supporting your liver. Making sure that you're getting progesterone if you need also to offset that rampant excess estrogen is key, but definitely get ultrasounds, get them monitored, every 6 months to see. Yeah. What was the Queen of Thrones? That is a castor oil pack. Brandy, if you don't mind Googling it at some point, that's another brand that uses really beautiful castor oil packs. But honestly, you don't have to spend all that money. You can also just get some castor oil and a flannel and put it over. I'm kind of all over the place with questions here.
Oh,
but okay.
With the Dutch test, how do you get access to a Dutch test?
A Dutch test is something I do in practice, but there are so many practitioners who do it. So you can actually go to dutchtest.com. And in the upper right-hand corner, look for Find Practitioner. I highly recommend. There are a lot of people who are not licensed practitioners. They're doing them. I don't even know. Like I literally was in a mastermind group with a business coach, and there was a girl there who was not a healthcare practitioner doing Dutch tests. You really want to make sure you're doing with a naturopathic physician, a dietitian, a functional medicine doctor, someone who has looked at hundreds and hundreds of these tests, because they are complicated. They need to be nuanced. I still review every Dutch test with a doctor at the lab. And I've been doing this for years, and I still want to partner with them because they're complicated.
You get headaches from taking progesterone.
You can get headaches from hormones. You can also get headaches from a deficiency in estrogen, or you can get headaches from estrogen dominance. So it really depends.
Let's just take a few more. Anita says, I've just been diagnosed with pre-diabetes. I'm in menopause. You mentioned there's a correlation. How can I prevent diabetes through diet and exercise?
Oh, I love this question. There was a great study done on people who lifted weights and people who took metformin and did not lift weights. And the weightlifting group was not on metformin, right? These are all people with type 2 diabetes. So one group only lifted weights. The other group only took metformin. The group that lifted weights had better insulin sensitivity than just the metformin group. Now, if you want to take metformin or Ozempic, you're working with your doctor on that, doing the synergy of both can be beneficial. But if you don't want to go the medication route, and it does not have to be the direction you take at all, I'm just speaking to all of you because I don't know where you're at, but nutrition. And we're going to talk all this afternoon about how to balance your blood sugar and how to offset, but certainly lifting weights, walking 10 minutes after a meal will lower your circulating blood glucose levels by 17%, just by walking around the block for 10 minutes after a meal. And I highly recommend you wear a continuous glucose monitor to see and log your food to see the effect that food is having on your blood sugar. Because again, what worked in your 20s when you could eat a bagel and be fine, if you do that now in menopause and you're sedentary, that's going to be a big problem. But sitting is the worst thing you can do for diabetes or pre-diabetes. So make sure you're taking a 5-minute movement break every hour. Oh, you're muted, sweetheart.
Thank you. Nina asks, I haven't had a period in 6 months. Last week, I had some spotting for 1 day. It was very light. Does that count as a period?
I would not count that as a period, but I would also double check with your GYN on that. You could also do, if you're curious, you could do an ovulation predictor kit. Just pee on the stick every morning, see if you're still ovulating. Because also that's good to know if you want to prevent pregnancy too. We can all still get pregnant in the midst of this. If you can believe it. It's maybe a low probability, but it's possible.
Sarah says, I'm in perimenopause and my HbA1c is 5.5, but fasting insulin is too low at 2.2. Would you have any idea why this is?
Yeah, those numbers are actually good. That fasting insulin is, it is a bit low. Usually that could be, burned out HPA axis, your adrenals could need some support in there. You may need more protein at your meals. Putting on muscle can also help with your insulin management too. So the greatest thing we can also do for ourselves, ladies, is if you can get an in-body scan and look at your body composition now, because this is, and I'll talk about this more, but this is really the time in life where we're losing the greatest amount of muscle mass in the shortest period of time. So working on muscle can really help with your insulin management for sure.
Is there a magnesium that you recommend? I think you said magnesium glycinate. Is that right, Esther?
Yeah, magnesium glycinate's good. If you go to my website at estherblum.com, if you go into my Full Script account, you can find a good magnesium glycinate there.
And is a DEXA scan a good measure for bone health?
Totally.
I think that's a lot of the questions. Tammy, have I missed any? I know we had quite a few through there.
Yeah, I think there were a couple from earlier. There were a couple of people who asked what if I've had a hysterectomy like earlier on, how that affects them being in perimenopause or menopause.
Yes. So if you've had a partial hysterectomy and just have the uterus removed, you can still ovulate and just not get a period because you still have your ovaries. It may speed up your menopause because your circulation to your ovaries is lower. But either way, certainly you want to make sure that you're really, revisiting if you're a candidate for hormones to protect your bone density, for sure. But yes, and if you've had a hysterectomy, but you can, if you've had a full hysterectomy, you can go into menopause overnight. That's surgical menopause. But if you've had a partial, you can still have all the menopausal symptoms if you still have your ovaries. Because what happens is your production of hormones through your ovaries decline, and your adrenals take over and kind of eke out just low levels of hormones. So it's wild what happens to the body. I mean, it's a major, major change. So that's why the litany of symptoms you all described could be happening.
Can you talk more about the thyroid effects? Treat this first or the hormones?
Yes. So often with thyroid, that's a great question, which to treat first. Often I would say to treat the thyroid first, but there isn't a person with thyroid issues I've seen in practice who is not also having simultaneous issues in the gut with inflammation, poor digestion, poor absorption of nutrients, gluten intolerances. So really make sure that you are optimizing your gut health as well, because that is like foundational for everything. And then, yes, once your thyroid, I would say, because if you're new to thyroid medication, you do want to give your body some time to adjust to that. And then I would do hormones, but work with your doctor. Some doctors might feel comfortable doing it simultaneously. And if they're well-versed in this, then there's no reason why you can't. I just always think I tend to be a little conservative and stair step up, because if something goes wrong or you're not feeling well, I want to know what I can trace it to if there's any side effects. Oh, and you're just diagnosed as celiac. Yeah. So there you go. It's unbelievable. The other thing is too, something interesting that I have learned over the years is with a major biochemical shitstorm, right? You're having major upheavals when you get your period. You have major upheavals when you're pregnant and postpartum, and then you have major upheavals in menopause. If you're someone with chronic viral issues like Epstein-Barr or chronic Lyme disease, that can also be very disruptive to your thyroid function. So you may want to get if you've had Epstein-Barr, mono, you may want to get your titers checked, because that can also attack your thyroid and cause Hashimoto's and lead to Hashimoto's. Now, here's the cool thing, is the antidote to Hashimoto's. As exhausted as you may feel and as tanked as you may feel your immune system is, if you can lift heavy weights, no matter how slow, that is really important. And my colleague, I'm going to be promoting her program, I think in May or June. Her name is Dr. Emily Kiberd, Kiberd. She has a program called Thyroid Strong, which is meant for women with Hashimoto's. And she teaches you how to lift. And she doesn't do it with a million sets, 10 to 12 reps, 15 reps. She'll do reps with a kettlebell with like sets with a kettlebell with like 5 to 7 reps. That alone can really help your Hashimoto's. So it sounds counterintuitive, but the more muscle mass you have, the better your immune function will be, even if you're exhausted. So we're going to take one more question, because then we're going to give you all a nice 15-minute potty break.
Can you talk about what a compounding pharmacy is? There's something what
yes.
that is and an example.
Yes. And for those of you, by the way, who are looking for a functional medicine doctor, If you can't find a good one online, go to a compounding pharmacy and ask them, be like, what doctors in town do you recommend? That's another great way to find a good doctor. So a compounding pharmacy is a pharmacy that they're a regular pharmacy. You can get regular medications there, but you can also get your hormones compounded there. So they will customize your dose. So a doctor, let's say that you're on estrogen and testosterone and progesterone, right? Instead of having to take 3 different prescriptions, you can get, for example, a compounded cream, a topical cream with estrogen and testosterone during the day. And then at night, you can get like an oral progesterone troche, which is a dissolvable lozenge that bypasses the liver and the gut. So it's like, think of it as couture, right? Like couture is bioidentical compounded hormones. Designer is FDA approved hormones that you could still get through a regular pharmacy. And then off the rack is just is like the synthetic hormones that a doctor might put you on that might not be so nuanced or cocktail. So that's not to say the basics can't work. Like there's plenty of women out there who are on really simple hormone regimens and they still work. They're still very, very effective. But if you do work with a doctor who, just because they give you hormones doesn't mean they're hormone specialists. So make sure that your doctor is monitoring you 3 to 4 times a year. You want your blood levels to be, within a certain range so that your bone density is preserved, your cognitive function is strong, your libido is good, all of those things. All right, ladies. So I'm going to, let's see, want to see if I can get the timer going from.
Actually, I can go ahead and do
it. Can you do it? All right.
Yeah.
Should I stop screen share?
You are all good.
Okay.
Okay, ladies.
All right, we're going to put a timer on it's now about 13 minutes. We're going to come back at 11:45 and really get into the science. So we'll see you in a few.
Too much of a good thing isn't always a good thing, like too many sprays of cologne, too many loops in a roller coaster, or too many rescue cats. But you can never have too many chances to win. That's why new Multiply the Cash scratch-offs from the North Carolina Education Lottery have more chances to win than ever before. With chances to multiply your win on the front and back, too much is just right. Easy, kitty. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning range from 1 in 3.24 to 4.83. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
How much care do you put into your eye care? We put so much into what we eat, our skincare, but when our eyes get dry from all our screen time, a lot of us aren't doing as much as we could. That's why BioTrue Hydration Boost eye drops are here for instant moisture. And why the makers of BioTrue are sponsoring the Global Day of Unplugging, a day to disconnect from tech and give your eyes a break. So join the pledge to ditch your screens from March 3rd to 4th.
If you see them inside, it's probably too late. Termites, that is. Notorious timber-toothed Ted and his swarm of outlaws are always on the trail to the next meal, which might just be your house. But these home wreckers are no match for Terminex, with quick-draw expertise and specialized training guaranteed to protect your home. That's been the truth around here for 75 years, and it ain't gonna change. Visit TrustTerminex.com to keep these pesky outlaws dead or outside.
eyes are open, where no disguise for me, come into the open, when it's cold outside, am I here in vain? Hold on to the nights, there will be no shame. Always I wanna be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony, harmony, oh love. I wanna be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony, harmony, oh melting the ice for me, jump into the ocean, hold back the tide, I see your love in motion, when it's cold outside, am I here in vain? Hold on to the nights, there will be no shame. Always I wanna be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony, harmony, oh love. I wanna be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony, harmony, oh love. When it's cold outside, I'm here in vain.
All right, welcome back. Hopefully everyone's refreshed, hydrated, gone to the restroom. So I say, I'm so proud of all of you today for just really showing up and investing in yourselves and investing in your health, because this is how we're gonna change it. Really, change begins with us. So to that end, we will be answering questions throughout the day. So not to worry if you haven't gotten questions answered yet. And, but we are going to keep educating the hell out of you, because that's the mission. So I want you to, keep taking notes and asking questions for sure. Let me get to the next. My apologies. Clearly tech is not my strong suit. It's like math for me, or reading maps. Okay. Oh, my apologies. We're going to keep going. All right. So we're going to talk about science versus myths. Okay. There's a lot of heated arguments. You know, I get a lot of very emotional responses when I talk about all of the things we've been speaking about. I get a lot of critiques from, people on my page saying you don't know what you're talking about. You're spreading dangerous information. All I do is report the science. I take the emotion out of it. We all have personal bias, especially as scientists, but I'm really here to report the research and nothing more than that. And also talk about my clinical experience and training. Protein is the most emotional. It has gotten such an emotional response over the years. We have animal cruelty, which of course is a concern of mine too. We have planetary concerns and greenhouse gas concerns, which have also been debunked. And then we also have concerns over our own bodies and how we reconcile that. I'm here to educate, empower you. It's your body, your choice every damn day. So you are going to take the information you learn and apply it to yourself as you see fit. Keep this discussion. If you have discussion members, this is a warm community. We're loving on each other here. No judgment. We all make our own choices. So I just want you to know everyone's welcome here at the table. If you're vegetarian, if you're vegan, we're just going to educate you on what your best options are. Or if you're like a hardcore meat eater, everyone here is welcome. All right. So there's a lot of myths around protein, and I wrote about this in my book, Cave Women Don't Get Fat. And a lot of fear around protein, that it's going to shut down your kidney production or kidney function, that it's going to make you lose calcium and lose bone density. All of those myths have actually been debunked. They are not supported by the research. And the research shows that, number one, your kidneys adapt to what your protein intake. So as you increase your protein, your kidneys will adapt, provided that you got to stay hydrated, okay? And you do need to have some veggies in there with your protein, because protein is more acidic and vegetables are alkaline. What's interesting is I do have a couple of clients that wanted to put themselves on the carnivore diet, and they did. And I looked at their gut bacteria before and after, and it was worse, because gut bacteria do need fiber to thrive. That's food for your microbiome and your estrobolome. And fiber, it's another great way for you to decrease excess estrogen. So flax seeds, chia seeds, those bind excess estrogens and pull them through, help your help them be metabolized through your liver, but especially through your gut, and help you poop out excess estrogens every day. So number one, there's no issues with kidney health. Number two, there's no issues with bone health. And actually, if you make something like bone broth from real bones or chicken feet, right? Or like knuckle and neck bones from a cow, that supports the collagen matrix of your bones. So it's not going to increase your excretion of calcium. It's the opposite. The current RDAs are so woefully inadequate. I have done, I was a hospital dietitian before I went rogue and went into functional medicine. And I will tell you, when I was a dietetic intern, I interned in dialysis units. And I can tell you the current RDAs for women, when I do the math, end up being about 60 grams of protein a day, which is that of a person on dialysis or someone with kidney failure. We would put them on protein restrictions of 40 to 60 grams a day. So why are we prescribing that for menopausal women and aging women who are losing the most muscle mass in the shortest amount of time? So the research is emerging on this subject. I strongly recommend you follow the work of my brilliant and beautiful friend, Dr. Gabrielle Lyon. Muscle is the organ of longevity. I have her discussions peppered throughout See You Later, Ovulator. And again, she does the research and has been doing the research for a long period of time. My son was when he was probably 14 when he fell. He was a nationally ranked speed skater, and he fell just in a practice before a meet. He was getting ready to quit anyway. He'd been doing it 8 years. He was like, guys, I'm done. We were like, no problem. Just like, you have one more meet, go to the meet, get that extra fast time that would qualify you to, really be highly ranked. He was out of practice. He fell, smacked into a wall, and he broke his growth plate and the base of his tibia. So he was in a cast. He had surgery. He had a screw placed, and he had a cast. And in that short period of time that he had a cast, his calf atrophied. The cast started out tight, and by the end was very big. There was a very big gap. And it took him months in PT, like a good 6 months, to build that calf muscle up. And he's a young, healthy boy. So imagine what happens when we're sitting, we're not moving enough, we're more sedentary, and we're not eating enough dietary protein. We are setting ourselves up to lose muscle mass quickly, and paired with the decline in testosterone, estrogen, and progesterone, we are also setting ourselves up to lose muscle quickly. So hence the discussion that we are having today, because I'm passionate about making sure that you are all strong and resilient. I want to keep you out of hospitals. I want to keep you never, being susceptible to a fracture at all. Okay. So the studies are showing that higher protein intake is lower body fat and better physical function in women. Why is this? Because protein is metabolically expensive. It takes far more work to break down protein calorically. Your body has to use more energy expenditure to digest and absorb protein. So that's called the thermogenic effect of food. It is high with protein. Okay, so this is like really, really, really critical. Insulin management is also really important, because when this is the time when we're putting on that menopause and we've got poor insulin management. Okay, so when you're stabilizing your blood sugar, you're going to improve your sleep. You're going to improve your mental focus. You're going to improve your adrenal function. Your energy will be stable all throughout the day. You are less likely to store your food as fat when your blood sugar is stable. Okay, so let me just show you real quick. I'm going to get out my whiteboard here. I'm just going to show you in a very rudimentary way what blood sugar curves look like. Okay. So when you are having, hopefully you can see this, hopefully you can see, there's a P.
Yep, we can see, looks good.
Okay, so protein is very negligible, a tiny, tiny bump in insulin at most when you're eating protein. This means that the protein you eat at breakfast is going to keep your blood sugar stable for 4 to 6 hours after you eat it. Okay, that is a long time. A colleague of mine, the late Charles Poliquin, would always say he trained hundreds of Olympic level athletes, and he would give them the meat and nuts breakfast to raise their serotonin and dopamine and really help keep them focused through their training and energized. Okay. Carbs. Now, let's say you're eating a fast carbs like toast, bagels, cereal, that's going to be very disruptive to your insulin management. Okay, that is what happens when you have fast carbs alone on an empty stomach. If you're just having toast and maybe 1 egg, you can be having a lot of blood sugar issues. So if you're feeling crappy at 3 p.m. and craving, revisit your protein intake. Okay, and then fat also keeps your blood sugar stable all throughout the day. Now, should you not eat carbs? Absolutely false. You can absolutely eat carbs, but if you do, you need to pair them with a protein and a fat, and we'll talk about that. Okay, so that's your little rudimentary biochemistry lesson today. All right, let me get back to this show here. I wish there was Brandy. Maybe you can talk me through how to work this over break. Okay.
I think you're doing just perfect.
All right.
Perfect.
So this guide is from my dear friend Diana Rogers, who wrote, she's at Sustainable Dish. She wrote the book Sacred Cow and has a whole documentary on it. She was even on Joe Rogan talking about protein and the importance of meat. So a lot of people ask me, what about plants versus animal proteins? I want to show you this guide, and you may be thinking, what the hell is this? These are the essential amino acids that you need to build muscle. The reason why you need a lot of protein is because you need to reach a minimum threshold of 2 to 2.5 grams of leucine per meal. This is in a 4-ounce serving of protein in order to build muscle. You need leucine, isoleucine, leucine and isoleucine, which are branched chain aminos in particular. But this is important. If you're eating plant protein, you're going to have to eat a lot more plant protein to get the same level of amino acids. And you're going to end up eating a lot more carbs. Animal protein does not have carbs and plants do. So that's not to say kidney beans are not a viable source of protein. I would use them in addition to meat, not in lieu of. Okay. So ounce for ounce, it is animal proteins for the win. And again, I will tell you, I'm not attached. I have been vegan. I have been vegetarian. I will just tell you, looking at the research and the numbers, it's more metabolically efficient to have an animal protein versus plant protein, or animal protein plus some plants, not in lieu of. Feel free to put questions in here. Is this like blowing anyone's mind, or do you all feel pretty protein literate? You know, if you're feeling frustrated, I want you to feel heard, or if you're like, I don't get this, explain more. I'll keep explaining. Protein is key for building muscle. And why should you build muscle? Okay. Again, I talked earlier about decreasing your risk of fractures and falls, maintaining your integrity of your bone, but also decreasing risk of cognitive decline. Insulin sensitivity is enhanced with the amount of muscle that you have. What people don't realize, people know about type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Does everyone know what type 3 diabetes is? Type 3 diabetes is Alzheimer's. So when we control our blood sugar, Alzheimer's a lot of the times is glycation in the brain. Glycation is when sugar molecules stick together. They become very sticky, very hard, and can help form plaque in your brain. So getting protein, getting your blood sugar under control and your insulin under control is a very, very nice way to help protect your brain, which is great. Very, very, very important. Again, like if our parents knew this, if we knew this early on, we'd all be so much better. Muscle also corrects your body composition. When you initially start lifting weight, you may not notice much change. It takes time to build muscle and start burning fat and changing your diet alongside with this, but rest assured, you can absolutely change your body composition. You want to be strong AF, okay? You want to be strong. Why? Because you want to get up off the toilet. You want to get up off the floor if you fall. You want to be able to lift bags of groceries. You want to be able to just function and carry on, or lift your kids or your grandkids, or, just have quality of life and not be like, oh my God, I'm so tired. I can't hike that mountain. I'm too tired. I'm not strong enough. I can't go skiing. I can't go, can't, versus no problem. You don't even think about it. You're active and you're kicking ass at life. So that to me is fulfillment, is not being limited by your own body and your own mental limitations. The other thing you want to think about is that when physical strength starts, the mind follows. All right, so let's just play here. What are some easy, everyone, I want you to comment your favorite protein-packed meals. I just put a couple of options up here to show you some of the simple things that we do in our house. And by the way, I know this seems crazy, but I do white rice in addition to brown rice, because if you do it at night, it will help you sleep. But you can do regular rice too. So for lunch, I really don't do a lot of carbs at all, except for veggies. But you could do shrimp, 6 ounces of shrimp, 4 ounces of steak, and root vegetables. My favorite lunches is I make a big kale salad and roasted sweet potatoes with onions and chicken. That's my absolute favorite lunch. Herbs and spices also regulate blood sugar. Cinnamon is wonderful. For this, you can make tacos. There is a corn tortilla here, but there's also, if you want a low carb tortilla or a grain-free tortilla, I do like siete tortillas. as well. Okay, so these are just, again, some real simple. Okay. One of the biggest myths I hear is that I don't want to lift weights because I'm going to get bulky. Ladies, let me tell you something. Unless you're Michael Phelps and you're eating 5,000 calories a day and working out hard, you're not going to get bulky. It's physiologically impossible. You don't have the caloric intake or the testosterone to get bulky. You just don't. And it's slow. Men can gain, those bastards can gain 1 to 2 pounds of muscle a month. Women can only gain 1/2 to 1 pound of muscle a month. If you want to see a really cool testimonial, I don't know if you all know who Shannon Watts is. I can tell you only because she said it on her channel. She's one of my clients. She is an incredible activist. And she interviewed me this week on her Instagram Live because she talked about the transformation she has had in her body, not on the scale, but in body composition. She has not lost a pound. In fact, she has put on 3 pounds of muscle. She's up to 150 grams of protein a day and is leaner than she has been in years. She works out like a beast. Her blood sugar's regulated. Her menopause is feeling so much better. So she's a great example of what's possible for you. And it's possible for all of you. Okay. So, and this is, again, the science. This isn't the emotional attachment to this information. It's just the science and the research. And the research is there to support this. I did quote Dr. Gabrielle Lyon here because this is fire. All right. How much protein do you need? I want you to all get out. You could get out pen and paper. You could get a calculator if you're good at math. You slay me. Do the math in your head. So how much protein? Whoever's blowing their nose so beautifully, just mute yourself. How much protein do you need? You need either 1 gram per pound of your current body weight, or you need, if you're overweight or want to lose weight, you calculate out your ideal body weight. What is your ideal body weight? So for women, the first 5 feet of your height is 100 pounds. And every pound after that, every inch after that is 5 pounds. So I'm 5'3.5". My ideal body weight is 115 to 120, or 115 to 125. It's usually a 10-pound range. Okay. Then you divide that number by 7 to determine how many ounces of protein you need daily. Okay. So let's say you're 5'3", like me, 5'3.5". Your ideal body weight is going to be about 115 to 120. So I'll round up to 120, divide that by 7. That's 17 ounces. That's a pound a day. And you may think, there is absolutely no way I'm going to eat a pound of protein a day. But actually, it's easier than you might think, than actually you thought possible. Because I guarantee if you're not eating a lot of protein, you're probably eating too many carbs. You may be eating too many carbs in its place. All right. This is something else that I thought was so freaking cool in the research. Most of us are eating at breakfast. We're having an egg. I always hear like, I have an egg on toast for breakfast. I have 1 egg because more than that's going to raise my cholesterol, which is not true. This has been debunked 1,000 times over, okay, that eggs do not raise cholesterol. Number 2, they'll eat, 1 egg is 1 ounce of protein. So they'll eat 1 ounce of protein at breakfast. Then they'll have like a 3-ounce can of tuna at lunch, or a tiny little sliver protein at lunch. And then at dinner, they'll have, a regular dinner, like 4 or 6 ounces of protein. In order for you to build muscle, you have to meet a minimum threshold of 30 grams at each meal, at breakfast, at lunch, and at dinner. This is 4 ounces of protein at breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So this already is 90 grams of protein. To get the remaining protein, and the minimum amount any of you should be eating is 100 grams of protein minimum. So that would mean you need to eat a snack. You could eat like 2 ounces, two ounce protein snacks. Or like what I personally do is just grab some roast beef or turkey or tuna and just have like a nice snack around 4 p.m. And that just like makes me not overeat at dinner, but feel really, really energized. Okay. So, we'll definitely write your questions in here. I see the chat filling up like crazy. So we're going to get to that, but I just want to keep talking because we're in a roll here. And I want to talk about the mental laws for fat loss because again, like, please, what woman doesn't want to lose weight? One of my good friends texted me from the hospital. She had an emergency fibroid surgery. She had a hysterectomy. She's like and she's already like a size 2. The fibroid was the size of a cabbage. I was like, I don't even know how you had a whole salad up in your innards because like you couldn't even see it. You know what she said to me from the hospital bed? She goes, maybe I'll lose some more weight now. We all think that in the back of our minds. So many of us are like, oh, can I lose a couple pounds? So anyway, okay, the mental laws for fat loss. I don't have a lot of slides here on this, so I'm just going to talk, real talk. So number 1, we've covered the protein discussion. Does everyone feel like they got it, or do people need help? Are you confused by any of this?
I think it seems like there's maybe a little bit of confusion, Esther.
All right, let's go to the questions. Let's cut to questions for a minute.
What about just taking amino acids was one of the questions.
Okay. So you can take branched chain amino acids, but, and that can be part of a way to build muscle would be to take 5 to 10 grams of branched chain amino acids, after your workout. Before or after your workout, you put it in a big glass of water or a bottle and drink it. Problem is with that is that amino acids alone don't have, don't have the nutrients that, let's say, red meat has, which has zinc and B12 and iron, right? So you're not getting all the nutrients that you need. We can't only live on supplements. It really does benefit you to have more animal protein. What about protein powders? Yes. So protein powders are a great way. I'm not going to lie. They are a bit processed, but if you're really struggling to get that extra protein, especially once you're trying to get to 150, I find protein powders are great. I alternate between whey or pea proteins, and I will put 2 scoops of whey or pea protein in my morning shake if I'm having a shake that day. So that's 50 grams of protein out of the gate. And man, there's a huge difference in energy. Give examples of the proteins. Okay, so chicken, shrimp, or any shellfish, steak, turkey, eggs. You can do any red meat like ostrich or bison or venison, wild boar, elk, which, oh my gosh, I love elk. I do elk tacos a lot. You can also do protein powders, whey or pea protein. And you can also do, I think I covered all of them. I think I covered.
Somebody asked about cottage cheese.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Cottage cheese is an awesome protein source. You can also use like Greek yogurts and add a scoop of protein powder to Greek yogurts. So yeah, if you tolerate dairy, oh my God, cottage cheese is awesome.
Can you go back, Esther, to that slide that gives the equation?
Totally.
Like
Let's do it.
Confusion on that. If you can go over that one more time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh gosh, sorry. Spoiler alert. Okay.
Hi, Esther.
Oh my goodness. Let me go back. Sorry, guys. Okay. All right. So let's say you are, I'm going to run through many scenarios here. Okay. So let's say you're, again, 5'3", your ideal body weight's 120. You divide that number by 7. to determine. So it's pounds divided by grams of protein per ounce. So there's 7 grams of protein in 1 ounce. So if you need 17 ounces of protein, that is going to be, hang on a second, let me do the math here again. Sorry, yeah, 17 ounces of protein would be 120 grams per day. So you can break this up and have 4 ounces of protein 3 times a day, plus a 4-ounce snack. If you are an intermittent faster and you're only eating, between 10 and 6 or 12 and 6, then those 2 protein meals need to be like 7 or 8 ounces of protein, and maybe you get another protein snack in between. How do you even know if you're eating enough protein? You can track in a food log. Just use any app. You could use Chronometer, you could use MyFitnessPal, and just write down what you're eating. My nutrition coach, Sabrina, who you'll meet later today, she always has people get like a food scale on Amazon. And that's another great way to kind of see. But what I personally do is I'll buy a pound of meat. And if I'm making burgers, a pound of meat is 16 ounces. So if I'm making buffalo burgers or beef burgers or turkey burgers, I will divide those in thirds. So it's about 5 ounces a burger. So then I know, like, okay, I've gotten in, 40 grams of protein or 50 grams of protein on meals. Is that helping a bit?
I think so. Yeah. And there was some confusion with ounces and grams, but no, I think that was helpful.
Okay.
Thanks, Tammy, for hopping in here in the chat. I think
yes. More questions on protein.
Yeah, there are quite a few questions here. Let's see. Isn't animal protein inflammatory? What are your thoughts on that?
Great question. What is more, not necessarily, no. The research, again, I have looked at the research on cancer, and, there was, oh boy, it must've been around 2 years ago. There was a big study that said, oh my God, red meat has all these pro-inflammatory compounds and you're going to get cancer. I'm waiting for the day, which is any day now, that study has also been debunked. So I do recommend that you look at your insulin management. You wear a glucose monitor. You can also get in See You Later, Ovulator in chapter 2. The chapter is on testing and treatment. In chapter 2 are the tests for blood inflammatory markers that you can get at your doctor's office. Get your inflammatory markers checked. I will tell you, I eat red meat almost every day and have been for at least 10 years. My inflammatory markers are perfect. My insulin levels are perfect. My glucose is actually, it was too low because I was sick at the time with Lyme and mold for a while. But, I have no issues with inflammation, and my hunger and energy and cravings are really, really regulated, which is another benefit of protein. And again, I didn't lose muscle even the years when I couldn't work out so well. So it really makes a huge difference.
And so if you were eating 2 eggs for a meal, would you need to add more protein to that meal?
Yes. And what I recommend is if you're having 2 eggs, you can either add 2 more whites, or you can add chopped turkey or ham or chicken breast or beef, and put some salsa and avocado on top. So yes, I bump up. I don't like eating 4 eggs at a time. The most I typically eat is 3. Sometimes I'll put cheese in there too. I'll put cheese, turkey. I just make a big ass omelet. If I have a little leftover sweet potatoes and kale, I'll throw it in there. So eggs are they're actually my favorite dinner, not even breakfast. So yeah.
And then with fat as the macro, do you have any thoughts on how much fat should be
generally? I've calculated thousands of macros by now, and I would say most women shape up nicely between 50 to 60 grams a day. And that ends up being about 3 to 4 tablespoons a day, because once you start bumping up your protein, you're not going to have to add a lot of fat to your food at all. Once you start bumping up your protein, the fat will naturally go up. If you are a low carber, and your carbs are like below 100 grams a day, then you may find you still can lean out having more protein and fat. So it's really individual. You do need to do a little, work being a food detective with your lean body composition.
Do you have any thoughts on hemp protein powder? Is that okay?
Yeah, hemp is another option for you if you don't tolerate whey or pea. I always say just kind of rotate your proteins as much as possible. Whey is the most biologically available protein. It has a very high leucine content, which is essential for building amino acids. So it just is absorbed much more easily. Bear in mind, plant proteins pea protein is actually very rich in branched chain amino acids, which are beneficial for building muscle. Hemp may be a bit less so.
You touched upon this a little bit, Esther, but can you just address the fear of eating a lot of meat, increasing risk for heart disease, high blood pressure?
Yes. I can't even tell you all how I see the reversal of heart disease and high blood pressure. I have a wonderful client, Jennifer, who came to me with fatty liver, with triglycerides through the roof. And her doctor wanted to put her on a statin. And she came to me and said to her doctor, give me 6 months. In 4 months, her cholesterol was completely within normal limits. Her insulin and triglycerides had managed. She had lost weight. Her face, when she came to me, was like super red and ruddy. That all went away. So again, we're vilifying red meat, but actually, and again, you should read my book, Cave Women Don't Get Fat, because I debunk all of that. Hold on. Let me get a little movement break in here myself. But this is the book, Cave Women Don't Get Fat. And again, I have all the research. Oh, somebody's holding it up. Laura, thank you. All right, Laura. Woo! Somebody's holding this up. So this book debunks all of that. But again, we're so afraid. We're like having people eat all of these fake meat products, these Beyond Burgers and synthetic processed foods. And we're terrified of real red meat and animal proteins. That's what our ancestors ate. In fact, our ancestors didn't even always eat the muscle. They ate the organs. They ate the brain for acetylcholine. They ate the heart for CoQ10. They ate the liver for iron and to fortify themselves for the hunt. What they were not eating was Rice Krispie treats. They were not eating Cheetos. They were not eating even bread or cereal. They were eating real food. And so when you're eating real food, when you're eating food from the outer aisles of the grocery store, rich in produce, your inflammatory markers will fall. If you cut out grains for a month, your inflammatory markers will fall. It's not the protein that's the problem. It's the grains and the sugar and alcohol and stress and low muscle mass and not enough activity. So look at your lifestyle. That's usually, stress is far more inflammatory than red meat. And I think I just wrote my next Instagram post.
That's a good one. I like Nikki's comment here. It says, I'm trying with organs, but I'm like a toddler. I have to hide it in things.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what I recommend you do is you can get blends. There's a company called Force of Nature Meats, and they make blends where they put in ground up heart and liver in the beef, and you don't even taste it. But if you like pate, that's another great way to get liver.
Is it like an organ supplement or like a liver?
Yes, there are. Oh gosh, what is the supplement? There is a primal supplement that sells organic grass-fed liver capsules. Oh, and Nikki, everyone look at Nikki's comment. She has blends from Wellness Meats as well. So you can take the capsules. You'd have to take about 6 a day, but think about like a 4-ounce piece of liver capsules is probably like a tablespoon or 2. The other thing you can do, a lot of women are anemic when they're getting heavy periods in perimenopause. You can drink wheatgrass shots too. Those are a great and powerful blood builder. If you look at the molecule of wheatgrass, it is one molecule away from the heme molecule, which is iron. So it is a healthy blood builder. And if you take iron supplements, take them with vitamin C, that will enhance their absorption. Or if you eat meat, put it with tomato sauce to enhance the absorption. That's another good vitamin C iron combo. Paleo Valley. Thank you, Tina. Yes. All of you who are commenting, by the way, I should remind you, are being entered to win some serious swag. I got vaginal lube. I got vaginal moisturizers. I've got supplements. I've got t-shirts that say gorgeous girls eat meat. So you're going to want to stay till the end of the call, because that is when we will be, and the end of the day, because that's when we'll be announcing everything. And of course, you don't want to miss amazing content. Yes, awesome shirt. Thank you. I made this when Cave Women Don't Get Fat came out, and it has my old branding that says Living Gorgeous. What? And that's supposed to be me wearing gloves, holding up my logo. So people are gonna be like, what the hell is that? But it's really gonna spark, it's a good conversation starter. So
We love it. Nikki says, I need all the vagina cream, and I need this bag.
We do. I know. We just want to like pour the bag over ourselves. So what other questions do we got, ladies? I love these panels. I feel like, me talking at you is great, but us having this discussion is like really where the gold comes from.
Oh, I also want to say Priscilla says we need a t-shirt that says making menopause my bitch. So that's the next one.
Oh my God. You know what? We can definitely revisit that. If you want these t-shirts, ladies, let me know. I'll consider it. At the very least, like bumpers, like car magnets. Can you imagine? People are like, what? My son, who's 15, his friends, I had to block them all on Instagram because they were stalking me. I did a post that said, if dry January is the tagline for your vagina, it's time to bring in estrogen. They went bonkers. Like, they call me the vagina doctor. I'm like, I'm not a vagina doctor, but they go so crazy for this. So yeah, if I put that on my car, they would be like, oh my God, please. Like, my son would just die. But that's exactly why I feel like I need to do it.
Essie here, she has commented that I hear you regarding the key source of protein from animals, but what more can you say in regards to vegetarian, vegan, pescatarian?
Yes. So again, it's really interesting. You certainly, if you feel like you don't want to eat red meat, and a lot of women who have very low stomach acid have a natural aversion to meat because you don't have the digestive fire to break it down. So it's always your body, your choice, right? I'm going to educate you. You don't have to do what I say. You need to listen to your body and do what works for you. So if you feel like you want to get your protein through eggs and chicken and fish, and dairy and protein powders, and just kind of what feels like a lighter protein for you, go for it. Just make sure, you're getting iron rich foods. Check your blood to make sure you're not anemic. Make sure you're getting zinc rich foods, because meat is a great source of B12, zinc, and iron. But not everyone I see in practice eats red meat. I'll tell you that. Like, you're not a pariah if you don't want to eat red meat either. Like, it's okay. Because again, if you are not craving it or you have an aversion to it, your body may be telling you something, or maybe you want to work on fixing your gut, and that might change your cravings too. But yeah, some people have like just horrible associations with red meat. They don't like it. They have natural aversions. Who am I to tell you what to do with your body that you know so well? Like, I may be an expert on menopause, but you're the expert on your body, right? And this is why, again, we wrote like Cave Women Don't Get Fat and the See You Later Ovulator, because I was like, every woman, there isn't a woman who comes to me who doesn't know her own body. Women will often say, I feel like it's my hormones. I feel like my hormones are off. I feel like I've had many women say, I feel like my cortisol is off. Every single one of them is right. There's nobody whose symptoms don't track with how they feel and tune into their own bodies. So I always respect and really try and listen to what humans tell me about themselves and their body, because you're the expert, right? I'm the co-pilot, but you're absolutely driving the ship for sure.
And with all of these recommendations that you're saying, Esther, do you recommend anything different for Hashimoto's or somebody who has maybe autoimmune?
Yes. Again, the cave women, the paleo diet for Hashimoto's, grain-free will like change your life. It really will. Why do autoimmune conditions react to grains so much? Because grains are what I call a neocarb. There's paleocarbs and neocarbs. So paleocarbs are, roots and tubers, root vegetables, sweet potatoes, white potatoes, honey, fresh fruit, vegetables, and turnips and parsnips and plantains. Those are just ancestral carbs. Neocarbs are gluten, wheat, barley, rye, oats, spelt, kamut, rice. The white rice can be, for some practitioners, they do consider it, paleo-esque and tolerable. Quinoa can be tolerated, but a lot of these grains have been genetically modified. Wheat's been genetically modified since the 80s. And our bodies, our DNA just doesn't recognize and like it. So it's very disruptive to the gut. Do I think you need to be gluten and dairy free forever? Not necessarily, or dairy free forever, not necessarily. So I do want to just get through just a couple more slides, because this may also answer your questions about this as well. Okay. All right. Alcohol and caffeine. Okay. No discussion on diet would be complete without addressing alcohol and caffeine. Do you have to give it up? The answer, of course, with a lot of this stuff is it depends, right? It depends. If you find that you are having a disrupted gut, if you find that your sleep really sucks, if you find that you're irritable, is anyone getting like irritable the day after a cocktail or having crappy sleep, right? Yeah. That's why I cut back on alcohol. I was really not nice to my family. Crappy sleep for sure. Yes. All of these, then I do like you to revisit. And alcohol in particular, panic attacks after alcohol. Yeah, Nikki, that's rough. So what happens? What is the physiological effect of alcohol on our body? So carbs and protein have 4 calories per gram. Fat has 9. Alcohol has 7. It's like this weird no man's land, and it's not a fat, but it's metabolized by one. So it takes longer to be processed through your liver. What happens when you have a drink? Let's say you're done drinking by, 10, go to bed. By like 2 to 3 a.m., your liver is starting the detoxification process, where it takes fat soluble compounds and changes them into water soluble compounds so you can break it down. Except alcohol is a toxin, right? And so alcohol, if you are trying to also detox your estrogen at that point, which is a fat soluble compound that needs to be converted to a water soluble compound so you can poop it out. And so what happens is your liver says, well, now I have to make a choice. I can either detox estrogen or I can detox alcohol. And it's going to choose alcohol because alcohol is a toxin to the body. So every cocktail you have will raise your circulating estrogen levels for 4 to 6 hours after you drink it, because your body, your liver is going to say, hold up. I got to pause the estrogen detox. Let me manage the alcohol, and then I'll come back to you. So you're not removing it well. So that's something else to seriously consider and seriously revamp your lifestyle. If you're on hormones and you're used to that nightly 1 or 2 glasses of wine, then you want to think about opting out and really cutting back your alcohol intake. Do I think that a drink a week is problematic for estrogen if you're on hormones? No, I really don't. But the other piece is, if you've got the menopause and if you're trying to lose body fat, alcohol is not your friend. 1 drink a week can stall your fat loss efforts. I'm not saying that I don't have clients who successfully lose weight and drink, because that's not true either. Some do, and they still lose weight, but they're generally, those people are generally working out like at least an hour a day and have a lot of lean body mass. It's really biochemical though. It's really unique, but I'm telling you, I have done the research. I've looked and I've been in practice a long ass time. I'm like 100 by now. And the research is not favorable for women. And yes, I did see research this week that said more than 2 to 3 drinks a week is like definitely increases your risk of cancer, which we don't want. So just revisit your relationship with alcohol. Caffeine, again, I don't have a problem with if you detox it and it doesn't screw with your sleep. But if you find you've got a big cortisol belly, you're not sleeping well, then revisit your relationship with caffeine for sure. Okay, I finally figured out how to screen share and not screw up. Okay, wait. Well, you know what? I want to pause. I want to play Kristan's story for you all because she is absolute hope and possibility for you.
Hi, Esther. Hi, everyone. My name is Kristen, and I'm here to talk to you today a little bit about my experience with Esther. I worked with her January to June of last year. I came to her because not being terribly out of shape, but a lot of symptoms hitting very high notes, and I wanted individual person to work with to help me understand what was going on with my body and to heal the things that I could heal. I was struggling with immense frustration and very low motivation, just a pattern of mine. And I was gaining weight around my middle, which is very typical for all of us in menopause, hot flashes, not sleeping well, irritability, and zero libido. So I'm sure many of you can relate to me naming some of those symptoms and more probably. I was about 8 years post-menopause, so I kind of just thought this was what I'm going to deal with for the rest of my life. Some of the miraculous things that happened for me working with Esther was my hot flashes diminished by about 90%. My moods leveled out, my energy increased, better sleep, which was something I desperately needed. And we eradicated the H. pylori, which was in my gut. So Esther will encourage you to do some testing, which I concur with 100%. She also encouraged me to reach out to a personal trainer and to get my body moving and get that needed support that I needed locally. And that's been a lifesaver. And I am still with my personal trainer. She's amazing. So now I understand better my body and how I react to foods, nutrients, getting the right nutrients, which is another thing that Esther helped me with tremendously. Doing the testing was very important. The Dutch testing and the stool testing and a few other things to understand what was going on inside my body. I wasn't having a lot of success with my physicians over the years who just wrote it off as you're aging. This is just going to happen to you. And that to me, that was very, very frustrating. And I actually had been following Esther for at least a year on her Instagram account and listening very diligently to all the information she was putting out there. Ordered her book, Cave Women Don't Get Fat, and was just very intrigued by the positive information that she was putting out there, the support that she was giving women, us, that was different than we were getting, that I was getting anywhere else. And I imagine maybe you were feeling the same way. So today I feel much more confident in reading my body, understanding. Now I have not adhered very much lately to the gluten-free, and I'm starting to feel the effects, but now I know what I can do, what I need to do to get myself back on track. And that's information that's never going to go away. So valuable to me. So if you're struggling to commit to working with Esther, it's really about looking deep inside, I think, and finding value for yourself within yourself. And I spent a lot of wasted time, wasted money on trying to figure it out myself, gimmicks, diets over the years that were very unsuccessful. And I feel like my investment in working with Esther was like finding the pot of gold, right? She connected so many things inside of me. And the other thing I want to say is Esther is one of the kindest, most compassionate practitioners I've ever worked with. She listens. She is a problem solver. She also is very good at honoring the decisions that I made for myself. I decided with my physician that I wasn't going to start on the bioidentical hormones. I had done that many years ago. It just was a decision for me today that wasn't right. And she honored that, and she gave me all the other tools for me to be a success in the things that I was striving for, as far as my health, my overall well-being, getting me involved with my trainer to get some strength training going. And she's just wonderful. So I encourage you to take the leap, work with Esther, follow her on her Instagram, and dig out those nuggets that work for you. Because we all know there's a lot of information out there coming at us, and we need to understand our own bodies and our own emotional states and our own levels of where we're at. And Esther does a phenomenal job of helping you honor that inside of yourself. And she's very encouraging and one of the most kind women I've ever met. So Esther, thank you so much for everything you taught me, everything you pulled out of me to understand myself. And I wish you all huge successes in whatever you take from this learning with Esther, and keep on the journey. We're worth it. Our age has no bearing on how healthy and vibrant we can feel. And I'm forever grateful. Thank you.
If we could see, doesn't that just make you melt? Like, I'm like, holy shit, that's really awesome. If we all need to like go to our own funerals and just see what people say, see the nice things people say, but really it's not about me. It's really about showing you, like, Kristan's a woman who didn't even go on hormones. She came to me 8 years post-menopause and started doing all the things we're talking about today. We spent a lot of time adjusting her protein. We got her strength training with her trainer, which she still does to this day. She was so depressed and anxious when we started together and came out so happy, so self-aware. So like, these are basic things. What you're learning today, there's nothing, is there anything like, is anyone having aha moments where you're like, this is the most earth-shattering things, or was it just reinforcing what you already intuitively knew within yourselves? You can put these in the comments, but most of us know, like, oh, I think I feel better this way, or keeping it really simple in the eating. Like, to me, it's very logical and simple. For some of you, right, like Nikki, it's a total reinforcement for you. But at the same time, seeing someone else be successful doing that, to me, this is why these testimonials are not to toot my own horn, although they're very beautiful and kind. These success stories are to show you that mastering the basics is the best way for you to master your menopause. It's the simple things that get overlooked. It's the consistency over perfection every single time. So we do have time for more questions. So let's do that.
We're getting a lot of love right now in the chat.
Oh, so nice.
They're saying great information. Love connecting the dots and seeing how it's all integrated. Great confirmation, very validating to keep hearing that we know our body best, not the message I get at the doctor. Knowledge is power. So thank you all for being here. Okay.
Yes, to the person who said you finally feel like you're not nuts. Like, who has been made to feel like you're freaking nuts over this? The most depressing thing I heard was my grandfather was an amazing surgeon, and he lived to be 105 and a half. He practiced medicine till he was 95 and a half. And he said to me when I was young, he goes, the word hysterectomy, like the Latin root is hysterical. And like women, like he was upset too, that women were like being shamed and told they were hysterical for going through menopause. And it's the exciting thing though. Let's come out of that dark vaginal canal tunnel there and talk about the fact that celebrities, influencers, people are talking about this. Tracy Ellen Ross, Oprah, Gwyneth, Amy Schumer was talking about her hysterectomy. Like, people are talking about. And so we're not going to sit and wait for our doctors to come and get educated through medical school. It's not going to happen in our lifetime. But what is going to happen in our lifetime is we have access to the research studies. We can educate our daughters. We can educate our sisters, our nieces, our cousins. I even gave this book to my GYN in her office. And I was like, Lise, you're not going to like me after this, but I don't care. I just want to show you, like, there's more than just the pill and the IUD. So, okay, more questions, please.
Yeah, can you talk about DIM, when you should use it and what that looks like?
Yeah, so DIM, I always say you cannot Oprah DIM. Like, you get a DIM and you get a DIM and you get it. It's nuanced. Generally, if you know that you're very estrogen dominant, you could potentially try DIM the last 2 weeks of your cycle. If you're still regulating and getting heavy periods. But as you get farther into perimenopause and really are staring down the menopause highway, DIM isn't always a great idea, because then you can really lower your estrogen too much and get hot flashes. So you definitely want to work with a partner with a practitioner on this and get your levels tested for sure.
Is there an ideal body weight number for us? How do we calculate that?
Mm-hmm. So for the first 5 feet of your height, your baseline is 100 pounds. For every additional inch, you add another 5 pounds. So 5'1" would be 105, 5'2" would be 110, 5'3" would be 115, 5'4" would be 120. Now, let's say that you have a really lean body composition. The numbers on the scale don't matter. When you looked at Arnold Schwarzenegger, for example, in the height of his fitness, when he was like Mr. Atlas or whatever his title was, he would have been obese if you looked at his BMI based on his weight. So if you have more muscle mass, you may have a higher weight on the scale. That's why I don't really rely on the scale as much as like an in-body scan, or someone using calipers. That's really where I look. And like, what you look like at every pound naked anyway. So don't beat yourself up with the scale. I have not had a scale in my house in a long time, and it's been the best decision ever. I just try on like certain clothes I know, as long as they fit, I don't care about the number on the scale, and I'm happy with how I look, and I'm still building lean muscle. That's what I care about personally. Right. It's how you feel in your clothes. It's your energy. It's also how you look. You know, I'll have days where I'm like, oh my God, I feel so bloated and gross, but I look fine on camera. So I'm like, you know what? It's just, sometimes it's my perception, or, you know, you may be up a pound or two and feel like you're just a beached whale, or like your stomach walks into the room 5 minutes before you do, but that's not everyone's perception of you. We're very hard on ourselves.
Do only functional medical doctors work with you and Dan?
Yes, a regular doctor is not educated. And it's also may ask what DIM is. It's diindolylmethane. So it's a cruciferous concentrate. Cruciferous vegetables are in the brassica family. So broccoli, cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, artichokes. So DIM helps your liver detox estrogen when estrogen is stuck. Often, like, a lot of people don't detox estrogen well. It's almost like the sink is full and you need to, you know, pull the plug and empty the drain. It's a kind of a good analogy for it. So DIM can help move things along, but you can also have flax and chia pudding. You can, you know, eat vegetables in the brassica family. That's all really, really supportive too. And like just simple things like sweating, you know, exercise, saunas are really great ways to detox. You know, cutting back on alcohol, like letting your liver process your estrogen. Stress management. Oh my gosh. Stress is really the most pro-inflammatory thing that you could do to your body. It's important to really manage it.
We've had a couple of people write in with questions about middle section weight. So Dan says, so if I'm sleeping, eating sufficient protein, working out with weights, walking, not a lot of alcohol, always very fit, how do I get rid of the middle section weight?
Yes. Okay. I love this question. So who here does a thing called intermittent fasting or time restricted eating? Right now. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Good amount of you. Okay. Probably about a third of you. So this is a great way to bust up that stubborn menopause from a dietary perspective. So yeah, connection strong on our end. I love it, love it, love it. So intermittent fasting means you take breaks from eating. This is a fantastic way to reset your insulin receptors. So that means that if you've never done this before, start off with just a 12-hour fast. This is typically what I do. I do like 12 to 13-hour fasts every night. So I finish dinner by 6:37 and I eat breakfast the next morning by usually like 7:15, some mornings as late as 8:30. That's a 12-hour fast. That alone can be very, very effective, just cutting out that nighttime eating. The second option is you can shorten your window of eating and make your eating window, you know, from 10 to 6, right? Like 8 hours or even 6 hours, like 12 to 6. You see how you feel. It's very interesting. A lot of my menopausal mamas do so well on intermittent fasting because the beauty of menopause, ladies, is we're no longer getting these crazy monthly fluctuations of our estrogen and our progesterone and the highs and the lows. We're even keel once we're through menopause, right? Hormones stay the same. We're less irritable. We're like not, you know, less meno-ragey, as I like to say, right? More energized consistently. So we can tolerate, we're not, our insulin levels are not fluctuating so wildly. When you're cycling, the second half of your cycle, you're really insulin resistant and your blood sugar cravings are worse, your hunger is worse, your appetite's huge. That's a really rough time to try and do intermittent fasting for a lot of ladies. But if once you're post-menopause, a lot of my clients do beautifully on intermittent fasting. They're just not as hungry in the morning. They can go longer periods without feeling like they're crashing. Okay. The third option for intermittent fasting is the 5-2 method. This is where you go 5 days, eating normal, business as usual, calories, regular, everything. 2 days a week, you eat one meal. That's 500 calories. And that's usually like a dinner meal. So like 4 ounces of protein, 2 cups of veggies, half a cup of cooked starch. And that's a great way to help bust up the body fat. So see if any of those help you with your meno bloat. So is IF only recommend for postmenopausal women? No, not all. I have women who are perimenopausal that do it, but start with the 12 hours, see how you do. If you want to increase your fasting window, see how you do. You might feel better the first half of the month versus the second half. But if you're shaky, if you're irritable, if you're triggered by restriction, if that triggers like eating disorders or disordered eating, listen to your body on that. Don't force it if it doesn't feel like a fit for you. Always listen to your body. Your body's going to tell you if it's happy or not. So listen to your body.
We have a couple of women that have commented that they feel kind of duped by their doctor. I went into my doctor, she put me on an IUD for my perimenopausal symptoms and birth control. Do you have any thoughts then for what they should do at this stage of it?
So oftentimes, yes, I know it's really frustrating. First of all, forgive yourself and your doctor, because you have to use that energy for something really constructive. And let's practice what I like to call energy management, right? You did the best you could with what you had at the time. That has become my mantra again and again. When I feel like I screw up, I'm mad at myself, you did the best you could with what you had at the time. You trusted your doctor as an educated source. None of this is your fault at all, okay? Second of all, you have 2 choices. There are plenty. Number one is I have a lot of women who I see who are on the pill or the IUD because they are having hemorrhagic bleeding, and their doctors put them on it to control the symptoms of menopause. If you want to stay on it, or if you just like it for birth control, then you can work with a functional medicine doctor to bring in bioidentical hormones and transition you into menopause. That is not unheard of at all. Or let's say option 2, you decide to stop taking the pill. You decide to stop using the IUD and get it pulled. But you're worried you're going to hot flash. You're worried your hemorrhagic bleeding is going to come back. Again, work with a functional medicine GYN or doctor to help you transition over. You may be a candidate for higher level hormones than what bioidenticals have to offer, or you may just say, I'm going to ride this out. I'll probably hot flash for a week or 2 while my body adjusts to the new bioidentical hormones and, try it that way. There's no right or wrong to any of this. And it can take time for your body to really adjust to any hormone protocol at all. So understand what I'm saying. It's not a quick fix. That's why I'm get the lifestyle pieces dialed in, work on your gut health. That way, you ride the transition as smoothly as possible and know that it's not permanent. What you're going through, at some point, this will end. It's like childbirth, right? When I told myself in labor, I was like, this is going to be a day and a half of my life, and then I'll get through it. So we have a break coming up in 60 seconds. So one more quick question.
Can you give your thoughts on probiotics?
Oh, they can be beneficial. They're not going to hurt you at all. They can be very beneficial for gut health for sure. All right. So ladies, we're going to take a 30-minute break. And when we come back, you're going to learn the number one mistake that we are all making in perimenopause and menopause. So I'm really excited to blow the lid open on that and share that with you. So we'll see you exactly at 1:30 sharp. I'm going to run on time. I respect your time, and I can't wait to hang with you again in a bit.
I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Keep my sunglasses on while I shed a tear. It's never the right time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I put my armor on, show you how strong I am. I put my armor on, I'll show you that I am. I'm unstoppable. I'm a Persia with no brakes. I'm invincible. Yeah, I win every single game. I'm so powerful. I don't need batteries to play. I'm so confident. Yeah, I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Yeah, I'm unstoppable today. Break down, only alone I will cry out now. You'll never see what's hiding out deep down. Yeah, yeah. I know I've heard that to let your feelings show is the only way to make friendships grow, but I'm too afraid now. Yeah, yeah. I put my armor on, show you how strong I am. I put my armor on, I'll show you that I am. I'm unstoppable. I'm a Persia with no brakes. I'm invincible. Yeah, I win every single game. I'm so powerful. I don't need batteries to play. I'm so confident. Yeah, I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Yeah, I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Yeah, I'm unstoppable today. I put my armor on, show you how strong I am. I put my armor on, I'll show you that I am. I'm unstoppable. I'm a Persia with no brakes. I'm invincible. Yeah, I win every single game. I'm so powerful. I don't need batteries to play. I'm so confident. Yeah, I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Yeah, I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Yeah, I'm unstoppable today.
Picture a place where it all doesn't hurt, where everything's safe and it doesn't get worse. Oh my, we see through bloodshot eyes. Picture a place somewhere else far away, where you know what they mean and they mean what they say to us. And would that be enough? Are we running out of time? Are we hiding from the light? Are we just too scared to fight for what we want tonight? Close your eyes and leave it all behind. Go where love's on our side. It's a trust fall, baby. It's a trust fall, baby. You and I and everyone alive, we can run into the fire. It's a trust fall, baby. Yeah, it's a trust fall, baby.
too scared to fight for what we want tonight. Close your eyes and leave it all behind. Go where love is on our side. It's a trust fall, baby. It's a trust fall, baby. You and I and everyone alive, we can run into the fire. It's a trust fall, baby. Yeah, it's a trust fall, baby. What if we just fall? I'm not going without you, and you're not going alone. I fell so far till I found you, but you know what you know when you know. So I'm not going without you, and you're not going alone. 'Cause you know when you know. Close your eyes and leave it all behind. Go where love is on our side. It's a trust fall, baby. It's a trust fall, baby. What if we just fall? 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 What if we just
With the Disney Bundle, the action will take your breath away.
You ready?
With Star Wars The Bad Batch and Black Panther Wakanda Forever on Disney+. Now is our time. On Hulu, there's The Bear and Ford vs. Ferrari.
That's more like it.
And NHL and the PGA Tour on ESPN+. The Disney Bundle with plans starting at $9.99 per month. All of these and more now streaming. ESPN Plus with plans starting at $12.99 per month. 18 and over only. Access content from each service separately. Offer valid for eligible subscribers only. Terms apply.
Can we find love again? Is this time the end?
Check out Love Again by The Kid Laroi and other new hot tracks now on Best New. Listen on Spotify.
Love again. Can we find love again? Is this
This is Hits 2023. The biggest stars, the latest hits, all your favorite songs and hot new releases featuring David Guetta, Tiesto, Oliver Tree, Lizzo, and thanks so much. Updated every single week. Listen now on Spotify.
If someone told me that the world would end tonight, you could take all that I got for once, I wouldn't start a fight. You could have my liquor, take my dinner, take my fun, my birthday cake, my soul, my dog, take everything I love. But oh, one thing I'm never gonna do is throw away my dancing shoes. And oh Lord, don't try me, really not tonight. I'll lay down and die, I'll scream and I'll cry. We've already wasted enough time. I'm never gonna not dance again. I'm never gonna not dance again. Oh, I just wanna pop and look to my records. They go all of my clothes. Never gonna not dance again. Dance, I'm gonna dance, bruh. Dance, I'm gonna dance. I want my life to be a Whitney Houston song. I got all good luck and zero fucks. Don't care if I belong, no. If I could kill the thing that makes us all so dumb, we're never getting younger, so I'm gonna have some fun. 'Cause oh, one thing I'm never gonna do is throw away my dancing shoes. And oh Lord, don't try me, really not tonight. I'll lay
stop.
It's bad bitch o'clock, yeah, it's thick 30. I've been through a lot, but I'm still flirty. Is everybody back up in the building? It's been a minute, tell me how you're healing. Cause I'm about to get into my feelings. How you feeling? How you feel right now? Oh, I've been so down and under pressure. I'm way too fine to be this stressed, yeah. Bitch, I might be better. Turn up the music, turn down the lights. I got a feeling I'm gonna be alright, okay, alright. It's about damn time. Turn up the music, let's celebrate. I got a feeling I'm gonna be okay, alright. It's about damn time. In a minute, I'ma need a sentimental man or woman to pump me up. Feeling fussy, walking in my Balenciennes, trying to bring out the fabulous. Cause I give a fuck way too much. I'ma need like 2 shots in my cup. Wanna get up, wanna get down. That's how I feel right now. Oh, I've been so down and under pressure. I'm way too fine to be this stressed, yeah. Oh, I'm not the girl I was or used to be. Bitch, I might be better. Turn up the music, turn down the lights. I got a feeling I'm gonna be alright, okay, alright. It's about damn time. Turn up the music, let's celebrate. I got a feeling I'm gonna be okay, alright. It's about damn time, bitch. Cause you know what time it is. I'm coming out tonight. 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 Okay. Alright. It's about damn time. I'm coming out tonight. 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 Okay. Alright. It's about damn time. Bitch. Yeah. It's about damn time. I do my hair toss, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Hair toss, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Woo, child, tired of the bullshit. Gone, dust your shoulders off. Keep it moving, yes, Lord. Trying to get some new shit in there. Swimwear, going to the pool shit. Come now, come dry your eyes. You know you a star, you can touch the sky. I know that it's hard, but you have to try. If you need advice, let me simplify. If he don't love you anymore, just walk your fine ass out the door. I do my hair talk, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Hair talk, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Feeling good as hell. Baby, how you feeling? Woo, girl, need to kick off your shoes. Gotta take a deep breath, time to focus on you. All the big fights, long nights that you've been through. I got a bottle of tequila I've been saving for you. Boss up and change your life. You can have it all, no sacrifice. I know we did you wrong, we can make it right. So go and let it all hang out tonight. Cause he don't love you anymore. So walk your fine ass out the door. And do your hair talk, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Hair talk, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Hair talk, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? And we gon' be alright.
out of time. I want it all. And I'm wishing they stop trying to turn me off. I want it all. And I'm walking on a wire, trying to go higher. Feels like I'm surrounded by clowns and liars. Even when I give it all away, I want it all. We came here to run, run, run. We came here to run, run, run. Just like fire, burning up the way. If I can light the world up for just one day, watch this madness, colorful charade. No one can be just like me anywhere. Just like magic, I'll be flying free. I'ma disappear when they come for me. I kick that ceiling, what you gonna say? No one can be just like me anywhere. Just like fire. And people like to laugh at you 'cause they are all the same. See, I would rather we just go a different way than play the game. And no matter the weather, we can do it better. You and me together forever and ever. We don't have to worry about a thing, about a thing. No. We came here to run, run, We came here to run, run. Just like fire, burning up the way. If I can light the world up for just one day, watch this madness, colorful charade. No one can be just like me anywhere. Just like magic, I'll be flying free. I'ma disappear when they come for me. I kick that ceiling, what you gonna say? No one can be just like me anywhere. Just like fire, fire. So look, I came here to run it, just 'cause nobody's done it. Y'all don't think I can run it, but look, I've been here, I've done it. Impossible, please, watch I do it with ease. You just gotta believe, come on with me. Just like fire, burning up the way. If I can light the world up for just one day, watch this madness, colorful charade. No one can be just like me anyway. Just like fire, burning up the way. If I can light the world up for just one day, watch this madness, colorful charade. No one can be just like me anyway. Just like magic, I'll be flying free. I'ma disappear when they come for me. I kick that ceiling, what you gonna say? No one can be just like me anyway. Just like fire, fire. Just like fire. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag drifting through the wind, wanting to start again? Do you ever feel so paper thin, like a house of cards, one blow from caving in? Do you ever feel already buried deep, 6 feet under screens, but no one seems to hear a thing? Do you know that there's still a chance for you? 'Cause there's a spark in you. You just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just on the night, like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby, you're a firework. Come on, show 'em what you work. Make 'em go, as you shoot across the sky. Baby, you're a firework. Come on, let your colors burst. Make 'em go, Ignite the light and let it shine. Just own the night like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby, you're a firework. Come on, show 'em what you're worth. Make 'em go, as you shoot across the sky. Baby, you're a firework. Come on, let your colors burst. Make 'em go, you're gonna leave 'em falling. Boom, boom, boom. Even brighter than the moon, moon, moon. It's always been inside of you, you, you. And now it's time to let it through. 'Cause baby, you're a firework. Come on, show 'em what you're worth. Make 'em go, as you shoot across the sky. Baby, you're a firework. Come on, let your colors burst. Make 'em go, you're gonna leave 'em falling. Even brighter than the moon, moon, moon. Boom, boom, boom. Even brighter than the moon, moon, moon.
If you see 'em inside, it's probably too late. Termites, that is. Notorious timber-toothed Ted and his swarm of outlaws are always on the trail to the next meal, which might just be your house. But these home wreckers are no match for Terminex, with quick-draw expertise and specialized training guaranteed to protect your home. That's been the truth around here for 75 years, and it ain't gonna change. Visit trustterminex.com to keep these pesky outlaws dead or outside.
This is Hits 2023. The biggest stars, the latest hits, all your favorite songs and hot new releases featuring David Guetta, Tiesto, Oliver Tree, Lizzo, and thanks so much. Updated every single week. Listen now on Spotify.
Would you bet a few $1,000s that you could sink an 8-foot putt? What about 10 grand that you could win a drag race against a Camaro with 1,000 horsepower? If you bet $2 million, could you bet it all on one football game? Maybe you wish you could, but you probably wouldn't. Gamblers is about the people who did. From Spotify and the Ringer Podcast Network comes Gamblers Season 2. Listen now.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. Hotter than a fantasy. Lonely like a highway. She's living in a world and it's on fire. Filled with catastrophe. But she knows she can fly away. Oh, she got both feet on the ground. And she's burning it down. Oh, she got her head in the clouds, and she's not backing down. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire.
Hello, everyone. Did everyone have a good protein lunch? Feeling fueled? Awesome. We give everyone another 30 seconds to come back online. And then we are going to hear from Laura, who is so graciously here live today. So thank you, Laura, for coming. It's nice to see you. It's been a while.
It has. Great to see you, Esther. Hello, everybody. Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday. All right, everyone. So I wanted to introduce Laura, when did we work together, Laura?
It was right in the middle of the pandemic. It was like May 2021 through the end of the year. So through 2021, yes.
Okay, amazing. Okay, Laura. So can you tell everybody, Laura, we are here in a gorgeous community of menopausal mamas. Can you tell everyone?
Awesome. I've been listening in. Yes, it's been great as always with you.
Awesome. Can you tell everyone where you were with your health before we met and started working together?
Yeah, well, for the most part, I'm a healthy person, healthy eater, workout, and I've had a, good life, thankfully, not much health problems, but I was, in nearing I'm now 55, I just turned 55 last Friday. So of course, when I heard about you and I attended that great program that you hosted through our synagogue, I was, beginning to feel like, time catches up, right? We know things start sagging, it's not the same as before. What you eat doesn't go away quickly. I was fortunate to have a high metabolism, but, things start piling up. So I was just interested in understanding better what, better eating is about. Also, I had for years, since my 20s, this acid reflux, the hiatal hernia, and as a consequence of that, this constant halitosis that I was always self-conscious about. So that's where I was when we started talking it was May 2021, yeah.
And how had you tried to solve this problem prior to working together?
So I had seen gastroenterologists all my life, because of the stomach issues, the acid reflux. I had been on medicine, prescriptions. At one point you sort of live with it, but it's always there and it bothers you. So by the time I saw you, I recall, I was keen on like non-medication, natural products. And you were great about that, respecting my wishes, the no hormones, etc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So since you brought up hormones, like where were you also with the menopausal journey in addition to having reflux and gut issues?
Yeah, so I was maybe 5 or 6 years into menopause already when we started working. And for me, it was early onset, maybe at 48, 49. Luckily, I didn't have the usual, like hot flashes for me are not an issue at all. I don't think I've ever had any. So for me, it was sort of like a quiet ending to that. But, of course, the other issues come up, right? Like what I said before, that you cannot eat as much or, enjoy certain things, and they just sit somewhere in your body, right? So that, and the sleep, I guess, I remember we talked a lot about sleep. For me, sleep was always an issue. I still wake up, a couple of times a night to go to the bathroom, but in terms of quality of sleep, that has definitely improved since I've worked with you.
Okay. And so what were the specific results that you did have when we worked together?
So I recall you taught me basically with you, I learned, Esther, to combine the food that, again, I'm already, good cook, healthy eater, but I learned like the measurements, the combinations, the moments in the day, and you know, after I got over that so often tedious chronometer app that you got me onto. And I remember by the time you had to like stop me, like, okay, stop putting stuff in. You don't have to record everything, right? Like I got into it. But that really taught me a lot. Like I learned, you know, I never thought about like how much food am I putting in my mouth, in my body, what combinations, at what times of day. So that was very, very insightful from the work with you. The other thing that I took away, and it is fantastic, and it really has changed my life, because that, I think, the celery juice that you recommended, and I still do it as many days I can a week. I have my juice extractor. I mean, it's a laborious process to do that every morning, but as long as I can, I do it, because it is amazing, the sense of well-being that I feel after that juice, the cleansing feeling. So that to me was another big takeaway. You know, we got through, you respected that my no wanting to do hormones, but then you prescribed all these pills. And I remember I actually pulled out what is now in my storage, the big pill box, that I was like, what, do I really have to take all those pills? But guess I discovered a new use for this, for my new Mapamundi Lego. I put the little pieces in here. So that's what I'm using this for today. Yeah, but that was, you know, after, I guess I was on those pills, and I was just very disciplined about it. I mean, I really follow your steps, your recommendations step by step, because they really worked. For me, that was important.
And what happened to your halitosis and your dating life, Laura?
So it's gone. The halitosis is really gone. I mean, I think this was miraculous. I really feel that my gut has healed. I feel much better. The sense of well-being that I have. I mean, you really taught me that the brain and the gut are connected. I mean, I remember the first thing you said was, Laura, we have to, let's look at your gut. That's what we have to deal with. And that was really insightful for me. So that halitosis is gone. I mean, my son is like, Mommy, there's no bad breath, because he's always expecting me, right? And I was like, yeah, this is the celery juice. And another thing, I think, you know, beyond the halitosis, also the mood change, right? That sense of well-being just attracts nice and good vibes. And I had, during the time I worked with you, I had a proposal from an old friend from business school, 30 plus years we've known each other. He lives on the West Coast, but you know, he proposed that we get together, and we're still going strong, and we see each other as much as we can. Yes.
See, ladies, you're not only going to clean up your hormones, but you're going to also rock out your love life.
And you were so great about that. Of course, Esther always wanted to know, like, how was the love life going, right? I had been dating when we first met, and I was telling you about all those ups and downs. So yeah, in the end, you know, by the time we finished our work together, you know, I was in my steady relationship as of now. Yes.
That's so awesome. And if I can also ask you, like, financially, like, did you have actions to investing in yourself, or any struggles there?
Yeah, you know, that is a huge consideration, right? Because Esther, as a very accomplished professional, you know, this is her life, and this is how she makes a living. And it is not often covered by insurance, at least mine, only partially. So that for me was a big consideration. But by the time I did the numbers, you know, and this was right in the middle of the pandemic, right? So I was, you know, the time considerations aside, because I had the time, I was at home, I could control my work schedule a little better. But by the time I made the calculations, to me, it was like, you know, I had to invest in myself. This is how I saw it. This is a huge investment in myself and for the long term. So I'm really, like, looking back, it's going to be 2 years, Esther, since we started working together. And I look back, and I'm still, you know, I'm keeping some of the lessons, the learnings, you basically change habits. I think what was most important in our collaboration together is the getting into new habits and enjoying that new flow.
And you also changed your body composition, Laura. We haven't even mentioned that piece too.
That's right. That's right. I mean, again, I was never, overweight, luckily, but I did have some issues in some parts. As a Latin woman, big hips. And I had been working out. And I think when you combine the good nutrition journey with exercise, and you've been talking about this during the session, you get into a rhythm that one thing reinforces the other, and then you can't stop. It's like air. You need air to breathe, to live. You need your exercises in the morning. You need your good food. Getting again into that habit has been meant the world to me. So I now have. I appreciate your comment about the scale. I mean, I still weigh myself every day because that to me is like my indicator. And I have like an upper limit that I don't want to go over. And if I'm over that, then I, cut back or work out more, or, and I was listening about intermittent fasting. I haven't tried that, but it's another technique. So to me, I think that was, learning some techniques and like some monitoring, self-monitoring, right? Because you know how great you feel when you're at that ideal weight, and at not just the weight, but the ideal combination of healthy practices. And I'm just trying to maintain that as much as possible.
And the ladies in the comments are commenting how beautiful you look, which I concur.
Thank you.
Not least. All right. If anyone here is struggling to invest in themselves and commit to changing their lives, what would you say to them here today?
It's the best investment you can make. And especially if you have an amazing coach. I mean, I've heard many of you saying how wonderful, you really, Esther, you really get into working side by side. And I felt very much listened to and supported, in our weekly. I mean, at some point we were doing weekly and then bi-weekly sessions, and then kind of disappear. And at some point you say, hey, you're ready. You don't need me anymore. Off you go, right? But we've kept in touch, as you see, right? I saw through the publishing of your book, and now this. I'm always delighted to be in your greater circle, because you're just a wonderful person to have around, and you really inspired me during that time that we worked together.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Laura. Right back at you. I mean, just be like, knock, knock. You want to come to a room full of women just like you with hope and possibility. So thank you for sharing your story. Thank you. Isn't that awesome? Isn't Laura awesome, you guys? I mean, seriously, and yes, you have only gotten more and more radiant and joyful with time. So that's the goal too, is to make you all see always what is possible. You're never stuck where you are. Just because you are having a bump in the road and a transitional time in your journey doesn't mean you're going to be there forever. I mean, who here has had a flat tire? Right. And you wait a little while, you wait for AAA to come, or if you're amazing, you can change a tire yourself. But and then guess what? You get a donut to drive on, to drive home and get your car towed, and then tire gets fixed and onward. Right. Or you've had a crack in the windshield. It's no different. These are temporary states. And every now and then we get metaphorical flat tires in life. And sometimes we all just need a little air. We need a little oxygen. And, that's how we change. So I'm going to ask for you to witness one more of my stellar, inspirational people in my life, who is a cookbook author. She co-wrote a book called Carnivore-ish, which is an amazing, amazing paleo cookbook. She's just a special human all around, who was also really, really struggling when I met her and not getting the support she needs. And then we're going to talk about the number one mistake women are making through menopause. So, hang on. Sorry, ladies, bear with me. Okay. Okay, here we go. So, hey, Beth, thank you so much for joining us today. You and I worked, so you did so fantastically well when we worked together. And I want you to tell everyone, think back, rewind the clock, tell everyone where you were with your health before we had met.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for the opportunity to do this, because I will tell anybody how fantastic my experience was with you. So I remember it well because I'm usually a pretty healthy person and you know, have enjoyed the privilege of good health for a really long time. And when I started when my perimenopause kind of really kicked into gear, I started to just not feel like myself. I mean, I wasn't sleeping. That was the biggest thing. I was waking up at around 4 a.m. every single day. And there's nothing you can do. As you know, at 4 a.m., there's nothing you can do. You can't it's just such a difficult moment to wake up. And I was so not rested. And I had some of the other symptoms as well. I had like hot flashes and stuff, but all of that felt like a nuisance. But the sleep thing was really an issue.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And what had you tried prior to working with me?
I had tried quite a few things. I had tried some many different herbs, some Chinese herbs that were recommended to me. I had tried berberine and some other supplements. That's always kind of where my mind goes first. And a lot of them worked until they didn't.
So they started out working and then your symptoms increased in time?
Yeah, my symptoms increased and also I just seemed to outgrow the supplements. So it's kind of both at the same time.
Okay. And so how was that impacting your life at the time to wake up at 4 a.m.? Like, did you ever go back to sleep and then?
No, I mean, that was the thing. I was waking up, you know, like hot and sweaty and uncomfortable. And I couldn't fall back to sleep. And I usually sleep pretty well.
So, hey, Beth, thank you so much for.
All right, ladies. I started to just not feel like myself. I mean, I wasn't sleeping. That was the biggest thing. I was waking up at around 4 a.m. every single day. And there's nothing you can do. As you know, at 4 a.m., there's nothing you can do. You can't, it's just such a difficult moment to wake up. And I was so not rested. And I had some of the other symptoms as well. I had like hot flashes and stuff, but all of that felt like a nuisance. But the sleep thing was really an issue.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And what had you tried prior to working with me?
I had tried quite a few things. I had tried some many different herbs, some Chinese herbs that were recommended to me. I had tried berberine and some other supplements. That's always kind of where my mind goes first. And a lot of them worked until they didn't.
So they started out working and then your symptoms increased in time?
Yeah, my symptoms increased and also I just seemed to outgrow the supplements. So it was kind of both at the same time.
Okay. And so how was that impacting your life at the time to wake up at 4 a.m.? Like, did you ever go back to sleep and then?
No, I mean, that was the thing. I was waking up, you know, like hot and sweaty and uncomfortable. And I couldn't fall back to sleep. And I usually sleep pretty well. And it was affecting everything. I mean, I don't know. I'm somebody who cannot function without sleep. I know there are people who can, but that is not me. And the older I get, the more true that is. So it affected everything. It affected my mood. It affected how I showed up for my family and friends. It affected my work. And just generally, like my enjoyment of my life was really, because I just didn't feel like myself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, there's a reason why criminals use sleep deprivation as a form of torture, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's no joke.
It's no joke. It's no joke. So you had results before, you tried other people, didn't really get the, long term. What made our experience working together different for you?
I mean, I think a big part of it is that you are somebody who I mean, you're so honest and you're so straightforward. And you're also a woman of the same age. And, you know, I really think that with menopause, like menopause is such a specific moment in your life. It's not that I don't believe in going to male practitioners or going to younger practitioners, because I don't discriminate, but for something like menopause, it's so important to have somebody in your corner who really understands what you're going through. And I just so appreciated that about you, and also how straightforward you are and how honest you are, and you just tell it like it is. And that's what I needed. I'm a grown up. I don't need someone to sugarcoat things for me. I want the explanations. I want the science. And I just felt like I could really trust you. And I'm somebody who has had I'm sure many women have quite a journey with medical practitioners. Often really not good ones, feeling like I wasn't being listened to, or like I wasn't being heard, or that like suggestions I had were bad ones. I've had doctors laugh in my face about when I've asked questions. So I really...
What questions did you ask that they laughed in your face?
So years ago, I used to have chronic bladder infections, and I started trying to find out what I could do about it, because my OBGYN at the time, who was also a woman, said that what I should do about it is take prophylactic antibiotics. So basically, like every time I had sex, I was supposed to take an antibiotic, which seemed crazy to me. So I started looking up what I could do, and I found this supplement called D-mannose, which now is all over the place. But at the time, this is like 15 years ago, it was like fringe. But it did have some studies behind it. So I brought it to her, and she laughed at me. And she said, you know, people bring me things like this all the time. And I mean, if the drugs work, why wouldn't you take them? That was basically her response. So needless to say, I eventually switched OBGYNs, but also I started taking D-mannose because I liked what I was reading about it. And I can't remember the last bladder infection I've had. I take a little bit of D-mannose every day. There's no side effects, and it cured my problem. So I just, you know, bringing it back to like why I really like working with you is that I just felt like I could bring anything to you. And even if you didn't agree with it, you would at least take the question seriously. I feel like I could trust you, and that you looked at me as a grown-up and as a peer. So I feel like our experience was so unique to me compared to other experiences I've had with medical professionals in the past.
Well, and ironically, you know, a doctor I sent you to for blood work in New York gaslit me about being a nutritionist. He said, oh, you can practice nutrition all you want, but don't call it evidence-based medicine because there's no studies to show the work you do. I was like, dude, so how that's crazy. So I don't send patients anymore, but.
Well, and the same person didn't want us to continue with, didn't want me to advance in hormones. And he said, I'm going to refer you to somebody. And the person he wanted to refer me to was a male endocrinologist. And I was like, are you crazy? I'm not sick. I'm going through menopause. It just blew my mind that was what he thought was the right, you know, next move.
Fascinating. And anyone listening to this we've all had like crazy gaslighting stories for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So did you have any objections financially when we talked about like, okay, Beth, it's going to take a little money, a little investment on your behalf to get results? Like what went through your head there? Did you have any struggles?
The short answer is no, but to be a little bit more, truly, I think anytime, I'm sure like most women go through this, like if you told me I needed to spend that sum of money on my child or on a friend or on my husband, I wouldn't hesitate. But because I was spending it on myself, of course, I had this moment of like, oh, is that okay? You know, because I think we're just raised and taught to care for others first. And I was raised very frugally. I was raised by a single mother. You know, we didn't have like a lot of money. And so, yeah, I definitely had a moment of hesitation, but really it was a moment. And I think, like I said, it came from like my upbringing and culture more than anything else. When I really, thought about it, it was a no-brainer because, like I said, it was what I was going through was affecting everything about my life. And to me, it's like, what are you going to invest in? Like, where else is that money going to go? I mean, is it going to go toward a vacation? Can't really enjoy a vacation if your health is, not good. It's going to go toward clothes. I mean, that's not really my thing, but like clothes aren't really going to fit you well and you're not going to really want to go anywhere in those clothes if your health is affected. So to me, it's like, if you're going to spend some money, spend it on your health first. I mean, to me, it's like I said, it's a no-brainer. It was a must. It was something I needed to do so that I could have my life back and have my body back and my self back. So yeah, it was a great decision. Absolutely.
So would you say, like, what would you tell one of your friends who was like, oh my God, Beth, I want to, I have an opportunity to like go see someone who can help me, but I can't, it's so expensive. What do I do? What would you say to her if that happened?
I would say, if you want, I will help you figure out, I will look at your finances with you and figure out a way to make it happen. Because if you're feeling whatever you're feeling enough to go to somebody and you're considering it, you need to do it. You need to do it for yourself. And if you're not going to do it for yourself, do it for all the other people in your life who depend on you, because I know you want to show up for them as your best self. And you cannot do that unless you take care of yourself. It's like the cliche of like putting the oxygen mask on yourself first. They tell you that for a reason. You have to. So I would tell a friend, and I have told people, I've referred people to you, and I've said, like, you have to do it. If you're not feeling well, if you're not feeling like yourself, there is something you can do about it. Go do it.
I love it. You totally gave me the chills when you were saying that. It's awesome. What were the ultimate results that you had in working together? Like, where are you now with your health and what has transpired since?
I mean, I have said this to people, like, you have transformed my menopause experience, like absolutely no question. I feel great. I'm 52. I'm in the best shape of my life, and I'm not exaggerating. Like, I have energy. I mean, now I know what to do better than I used to. I know to lift weights. I know, to emphasize protein in my diet, like all the different things that we've talked about. But I really feel great. I feel strong. I feel healthy. I have friends, who are sort of our age who talk about, like, they kind of complain about, being this age and like, this is falling apart or that hurts or whatever. And I'm like, nope. Let's enjoy it. Let's enjoy it. Like, aging is a privilege, and we're in our 50s. We're not old. We're just getting started. Like, we feel so good and so energetic and just like ready for the next chapter. And the other thing too is the other thing too is, like, I have a teenage daughter, and I remember my mother going through menopause, and she's going to remember me going through it. And I want her to see me have this positive experience and know that it's like just another phase of life. It's not this terrible thing. It's not the end of anything. I mean, it's the end of like our reproductive years, but like, it's also the beginning of something. And so I want to set this example for her that, like, you can figure out a way to take care of yourself and feel better and do more. So, in a way, I also did it. I'm glad I did this for her. But I really feel great. I really do.
And most importantly, are you sleeping?
Yes, I am. I mean, yes, I am sleeping. And also I know what to do if things start to slip again. Like, I have tools now. So if symptoms do crop up here or there, I know what to do. So I don't feel like, oh no, the sense of dread, like, what am I going to do? I feel like I'm in control here. So, and I feel like if I can feel that way, why can't anybody?
Amen. That is exactly why we're here today, to help all of these women know what is possible for each and every one of these gorgeous souls in this room with us today. So Thank you, thank you, thank you for your time. You are so inspiring to me. I have like just chills going up and down, and you've done such a beautiful job. So thank you for your time today, Beth.
Thank you.
Talk to you soon.
Okay.
All right. What of those stories, who did you connect with the most? Is there any one thing where you were like, I see myself in this person. I feel like that's me. Yeah, right? Gets you in the heart because you're like, shit, we're all going through sleep issues, right? Yes, Beth, the damn sleeping problems. Yes, Essie. Sleep, all of them. Yeah. Investing in yourself, yes. Belly bulge, yes. So we're all here together. This community is here to show you, you're not alone. There are 6,000 women going through menopause every day. There's going to be 1.2 billion women in menopause by 2030, okay? We are not alone. Just because we're not talking about it, just because our doctors aren't talking about it, just because historically has been shame and stigma around it, doesn't mean it's not happening to you. Like, just because it's not being talked about doesn't mean that you're not experiencing some pain point or some suffering here, right? That's why you're here today, I'm guessing, to get support and get your questions answered. So let me ask you this. Do you know what is the number one thing that these women all had in common? What was the big mistake that they were making? They had me in common. Yeah. Okay. Yes, that's a fair answer. But what else? Anything else? Melissa, you're funny. All right. I'll give you the answer. The answer is they were trying to fix this themselves. They were trying to cobble together the pieces of menopause by themselves. Who has done that? Who's been like up at 3 a.m. on Google, going into chat rooms on Facebook, scrolling ads on Instagram, clicking on those products that promise the moon. Please, I even fall for that advertising. It's so freaking slick, right? When you start to think about all the time, all the money that you have spent investing in yourself and absolutely seeing no results at all, or very half-assed results, or the amount of mental real estate that you spent trying to solve this all on your own, when, with all due respect, none of us are qualified to treat ourselves in menopause. And I do this for a living, and I still have help, okay? I still have someone overseeing my menopause care. So it's too much information, way too much conflicting information, and feeling very alone in the process. It's really important for us all to know, like, we are not alone at all. So this is why I'm so passionate about helping women like Beth, helping women like Laura and Julie and Kristan. And by the way, 3 out of 4 of them, I don't know if you noticed this, 3 out of 4 of those ladies didn't even go on hormones. We did lifestyle, and they still got the results that they achieved. So do you want to know how they did it? Can I share with you all a little bit? And so that you don't make the biggest mistake of not doing this by yourself. Okay. So let's just revisit the reason why we did the earlier board. Oh my gosh, spatial relation challenge here, right? Is that we're all suffering. We're suffering. We're going to revisit this pain point list, right? We're suffering with irregular periods. We're suffering with lethargy, insomnia, anxiety, muscle pain, cramps, like body cramps, restless leg syndrome, feeling grumpy, food sensitivities, hypo or hyperglycemia, thin skin or dry skin, wrinkled skin, plantar fasciitis, painful sex, no libido, crime scene style periods, constipation, moodiness, dizziness, thyroid changes, thinning hair, acne, night sweats, rosacea, low energy, less resilient, and pelvic floor issues. And I guarantee we haven't even touched on everyone's symptoms in the room, right? So there's more, but wait, there's more. So if you're suffering from even 1 to 2 of these issues and really want to know how to stop it, I can help you. And not just me, Sabrina too, who you're going to learn from next, who's the bomb. So imagine what all of this is costing you. Imagine all the time, all the frustration, the time going to the doctors and feeling pissed off and gaslit when you leave, the time fighting with your insurance company to cover those medical visits. How is this impacting your life? Somebody just commented, yeah, your vagina is like the Sahara Desert, right? So it's funny, but it's not when you're living it every single day. So how many months, how many years has this all been going along? And how is it affecting you on a daily basis? How is it affecting your marriage? How many times have you torn your kids a new one, or even your parents a new one, if they just like say the wrong thing at the wrong time? Or how is it affecting you at your job when you feel like so brain foggy and you're hot flashing and you have to keep like changing your clothes a couple times a day to just, get through the day, or stand in front of the window? Yeah, I'm hitting home because these are pain points for you. So imagine what your life is going to be like a year from now, where still drenching the sheets every night, still feeling really hot, still feeling exhausted during the day, still feeling crabby with your spouse, still not taking pictures of yourself because you don't like how you look, or still not going to the beach and even putting on a swimsuit, and just kind of like sitting by on the sidelines and like tightening up that cover up around yourself because you're just feeling ashamed or bloated, or just like you don't recognize your body, or going into your closet and be like, I have nothing. I have a closet full of gorgeous clothes that are 1 or 2 sizes too small right now. So imagine like all of those things down the road, and you're just not feeling present in your life. You're just exhausted and 1,000 levels, and are like, holy shit, this is dark. I don't know what I'm doing, and I don't know what's happening to my body. And I don't know how I'm going to get out of this hole that I'm in. So let's talk about possibility. What if it was possible for you in a few short weeks to actually be sleeping through the night, and to have a libido again, and to feel confident in yourself, and to feel sexy in the bedroom, and like not want to have sex with a big sloppy t-shirt on because you're so self-conscious. And by the way, we're going to have a whole talk about sex too. I will tell you, when I was really sick with Lyme disease and mold, I tried like crazy to skirt around the issue. I tried to, and when my hormones were imbalanced too, I was like, let me just go to a less expensive practitioner. And one of my practitioners, when I said I wasn't sleeping and feeling horrible brain fog, he literally handed me a copy of the Kabbalah and told me to put it under my pillow, which was like really the most astounding. Oh, and he handed me a prescription for Xanax. I shouldn't forget that part, so I could sleep. So, versus when I finally got fed up with looking for answers for myself, I was like, I'm going to hire the best. I invested in a Lyme specialist and worked on my hormones, and within a year completely turned around my health while going through serious perimenopause. So what is it worth to you to get that life for yourself. And what would you do to feel that good again? Would you sell the rights to your firstborn child? Would you go out and do what it takes to get the answers to solve this problem for you permanently so you don't have to think about it again? So I have good news for you. You can get back on track in as little as 6 weeks. You want to know how? Any takers here? Anybody interested? When I first started working with Julie and Kristan and Beth, like none of them thought they could afford it. They all thought that, you know, they couldn't do it. It was really hard, had to ask their husbands. And when they understood what was possible for themselves, they really started to understand the value of doing this. And if your top concerns are money and peace of mind and time, you know, you're going to cut through all the menopausal BS 3 times as fast as you would doing this with your own guidance or with a doctor. So my team and I put together some of the most cutting edge research for you to actually save you time, save you money, and help you fast track your results. So let's talk about what that can look like for you. Is enter the Menopause Mentorship. So there are 6 modules in this beautiful program that's put together for you, because menopause is inevitable, but your suffering is not. So we have for you 6 live 60-minute trainings. So imagine the access that you have had today to get your questions answered, to be in a room of women, to have community, to have support, and to have education, to come away each week with such serious information that is actionable, that is helpful for you. Answers to your most pressing questions, an understanding of the best diet to follow with loads of recipes, exercises to support your pelvic floor, stress management skills, support to increase your libido and your confidence, and details on specific supplements you can take to help facilitate estrogen detox and hormone balance. Information on the exact lab tests for the most accurate results. These are things we touched on today. I'm going to spend entire modules talking about these. And support from our team, and being part of a community that is bigger than yourselves. You are, like it or not, you are all ambassadors now for menopausal women. You are being charged with this responsibility, and you get access to our private Facebook group. All right, so module 1, how to transition into menopause like a rock star. So we know how to get you prepared for menopause, how to overcome your biggest fears and health challenges. Number 1 things you know about food. Again, we covered some things today. We're going to dive deep. Talking about fixing your sleep, and really we're going to start to put your roadmap together. Module 2, how to eat as a menopausal woman. So we're going to talk about tools to help you lose body fat and feel great, and what specifically to eat to avoid the menopause. Oh, pardon me, I skipped. And easy tips for food prep that's going to save you hours in the kitchen. I don't know about you. I don't like to cook much. I see it as an uninspired chore unless I have time. So I'm going to help you come from a real simple food prep place. Secrets to lasting fat loss and feeling energized, keeping those cravings at bay. Oh my gosh, we didn't even really touch on cravings today. So there's clearly a lot more to talk about. This module 3 is fire. We're going to talk a lot about sexual wellness. We're going to talk about libido. We're going to talk about taking things off your plate and making to-don't lists, not to-do lists, ways to really connect with your partner and on understanding that orgasms actually begin in the brain. Okay. So we're going to talk about vibrators, creams. We're going to put it all out there for you ladies. You know, I'm not afraid to talk about that. The best exercises to combat the, menopause. And really, again, Sabrina is a strength coach. She owns a fitness facility. She is going to rock out your workouts and teach you how to build muscle and feel lean and strong and sexy and keep your pelvic floor happy. This is so, so, so important. And a sample workout program for you. I mean, ladies, the value in this is unbelievable. And again, Core 4 supplements, okay? These are supplements that I have curated. I have artfully put these together and mindfully curated these after looking at hundreds and hundreds of tests over the years and understanding the physiology of hormones and detoxification and support during menopause. So really putting together a beautiful, easy protocol for yourself. And then we're going to keep, like so many of your questions, 90% of the questions today are really about hormones and diet. So we're going to really go deep on testing, and I'm going to break it all down for you and help you advocate for the best medical treatment possible. And so the good news is, if you decide you want to register today, you're also going to receive another bonus masterclass with Sabrina. This is the Mindset Shift Academy, and this is going to help you set goals you're going to actually accomplish. Let me tell you, ladies, your mindset is a huge predictor in your success. So getting your head dialed on straight, dialed in, getting your emotions and clarity around your goals and outcomes dialed in are key. And so we're really going to put you in a mindset of positive thinking so you can overcome any challenge in your life, and a clear roadmap on how to accomplish your goals and set up daily habits. All right. So I want you to be smart and invest in your sanity. This is a permanent solution to your outcomes. You know me, I'm not screwing around here, ladies. I'm not padding this with fluff. I'm giving you, and Sabrina too, like she's a Jersey girl. We New Yorkers and New Jersey girls give you the straight dope on everything you need. So individually, each of these modules will cost you a minimum of $700. My private clients pay me $8,500 at this point in time. So these modules are going for at least $700. It's really more. And when I did the math, this came to $4,200 for the group coaching program. And so I thought, $29.97 would be quite reasonable. I would not charge you $4,200 for the group program, because this is just, you're all here today. You're fast action takers. So if you want to get started today, you can fast track your results. I'm going to reward you because you are action takers, and action takers always get the best results. So you can actually save $500. The price today, if you wish to pay in full, is $14.97. Or you can do 2 payments of $9.97. This offer is good through Monday because, again, I really want to give you access to me early on. I want to make sure that you're taken care of, and I actually want to reward you to no longer messing around with your wellness, right? So through Monday, if you're a fast action taker, I want to be in honor and integrity with all of you and the time that you invested in yourselves today, which is why I'm offering this for this price today and through Monday, the latest. And it's so funny because when I was going through this with my team, I was like, I'm going to just stop the share for a minute. When I was going through this with my team, I was like, damn, I actually want to buy this program for myself. Like, I've been doing this a long time. I know a good deal when I see one. I'm a Virgo. I invest in quality, And if something's not quality, if I smell something's not good, I'm not going to invest in it. And that means everything from shoes to business coaching to whatever I decide. I don't invest in crap and I don't put out crap. You should know that from today, that I'm here to serve you. I'm here to educate and empower you. And I'm on a mission to support you so that you don't have to go through this alone. So if you feel like you're ready to be done, if you feel like you're ready to stop messing around, to stop wasting your time at doctor's offices, to feel confident and sexy again, to have magic come back into your life, to just freaking sleep through the night and not have painful dry sex, and you're ready to be done buying diet books with plans that are absolutely unsustainable, unrealistic, and not a fit for your diet, then click the link. Tammy posted the link in the chat. It's my 6-week menopause mentorship with access to a private Facebook group so that you will be part of an amazing community. Because let's be honest, how long have you been suffering from this already? And like, when are you going to say yes to your wellness? When are you going to decide to grab life by the lady balls and say, I've had enough of waiting, enough putting myself last, enough of just screwing around with my health with no answers in sight, enough just doing all the basics, but still not seeing results. And so if you want to have the results that my clients have, which is totally possible for all of you, and if you want to live a life that you didn't think could be yours again, register for this gorgeous menopause mentorship. That bonus, so not only will you get a value financially, but that bonus mindset shift academy is also only good for early action takers. It's only available if you register for Tuesday. So if you decide you want to wait, you want to watch the replay on this, which will come out in a couple weeks, probably, you will have missed your opportunity. When the offer's good, the offer's good. And you'll still receive a tremendous amount of value if you still buy it at the full retail price. But to me, the other thing I love in addition to quality is getting a good deal. I'm feeling like I didn't get a discount schlock product, but I actually got something that was filled with value for a gorgeous price. Because the other piece is this, ladies, I'm never offering it for this price again. The prices are going to go up. You may see my affiliates promoting this as well at a higher price. The value is only going to go up. Your investment will only go up, is what I'm trying to say. So if you keep doing what you've always done, you're going to get what you've always gotten. So think of where you want your life to be in a year, in 6 months, in 6 weeks. Think of the hope and possibility that you want to have. And I'm going to reward fast action takers right now, and those of you who registered, with a wonderful value and with this incredible bonus class. So Melissa's asking, when does it start? So it starts on, if you click on the purchase link, it will lead you to the page about it. It starts Wednesday, March 22nd, and it goes through the end of April 26th. The classes are going to be from 12:30 to 1:45, or 12:30 to 1:45 every day. If you can't attend the live training, you'll watch the replays. And if you're not on Facebook, you will need to be it will benefit you to join. But Brandy, the class will be taking place over Zoom.
It will, yeah. So the classes will be in the same format as this, so just on Zoom, but we'll also have a separate portal. It's called Practice Better, where you'll also be grouped into that portal where you'll be able to really have similar, chats and discussions, and you can ask your questions and just be similar to this format. And the bonus class is March 8th. But like Esther said, the program does begin March 22nd. And those classes are 12:30 to 1:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yes.
But like she said, they'll all be recorded. So we'll put them in the portal if you can't attend live.
Yes. And the week of Passover and Good Friday, it's just that Tuesday instead of Wednesday, because Wednesday is the first day of Passover. And these are all East Coast time. So for your West Coasters, it would be first thing in the morning. But again, you can always watch the replay. But of course, if you're going to get the most value, it's always a live class. But of course, we'll be available in the Facebook group too to answer questions. It is, Amy, it's once a week. It's every Wednesday except Passover week, Good Friday week when it's Tuesday. And it's a 6-week Menopause Mentorship. Doesn't include labs. I will be talking about what labs, the best labs to get, but there's no, no one's getting labs done or run in the class. Brandy, are there other questions?
Yeah, Christine, I just wanted to answer your question. You had said, what if you're not on Facebook? That won't be a problem because we'll still have the separate Practice Better portal. So you can always hop in there for group discussion and chat.
Are there other questions in the chat?
Let's see anything else coming up right now.
They need a doctor approval. How do we get these then? Labs can be either you may need a doctor's approval. Others you can get through a practitioner, a functional medicine practitioner. But again, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. And again, knowledge is power. You can have the education and do it on your timeline. If we opt for labs, will you go over them with us? That is something that I do reserve for my one-to-one clients, but you're still going to get a tremendous amount of education. And if you want, certainly, we can talk about a couple of lab ranges for sure. We just can't customize each person individually, but again, for the most part, you're going to get your questions answered for sure. What time of day is the calls? 12:30 East Coast time to 1:45 East Coast time. Can you use your HSA? I'm honestly not sure. But I will say this, I have a good, clever workaround for people with concerns about finances, which is if you are in the health field, often I have people write this off as tuition or continuing education courses. So that's a great way to do it as well. So what objections are you having? Like, what are your greatest fears or concerns that we can help support you through? Because we're here to support you. And really, ultimately, what's your plan if you don't do this? What is your plan? How are you going to solve this problem for yourself? Because I'm guessing if you're here, no one else has solved this problem for you yet at all. You're trying to cobble this all together yourself. You've heard the stories of 4 women. We are 100 women. We've been 100 women today. So 4, do the math. What's that, like 1%, 4%? We're not getting the help we need. So what's your solution? How will you solve this? Answer questions.
Yeah, so Heidi says with 3 kids in college, trying to figure out how to swing this.
Yes. So payment plan, that's what it's there for, and take advantage of the savings, because you, in my opinion, and it's been my expertise, you can't afford not to, because what is it costing you to not have a libido, or to have dry, painful sex, or to be sweating all night and have horrible brain fog and joint pain and aches and migraines, which are another symptom of menopause? What are all these symptoms costing you? How are you present in your life? Are you living life to the fullest? Are you able to do your job or run the house? There is a cost to that. And the cost issue also becomes an issue of permission versus support. So a big objection I hear is, well, I have to ask my husband. When you ask your husband, you are handing over your power. And this is a painful conversation. It's one I've been through in my own life. So please understand, I'm coming at it from a place of personal experience, not of judgment. This is just what I have observed and worked through in my own marriage, in my own home. I'm being very transparent with you all. So asking for permission is putting your health in someone's hands, versus saying, I need your partnership in this. I found something that's really going to help me. So it's talking about what's in it for your partners as well. Like, hey, babe, I know our love life's kind of been a little quiet lately, like the past year or two. How would you like to spice that up? We're going to need to invest in this. And I can absolutely come out the other end. Really, I really want to connect with you, but I do need, and I do want to be intimate with you again, but I'm going to need your support to make that happen. Because no one's ever going to say, here's $1,500, honey, go invest in yourself, right? I mean, my clients pay way upwards of that. And I have treated people who don't even have jobs and have said, you know what, screw it. I'm going to go for what I want, because I can either sit here in possibility that's never realized and potential, or I can go and get what I want and make the decision to do it and partner up. And that is how you change the dynamics around and the energy around money. It's some people see this as an expense. I see it as an investment, because look what's on the other side. Look at what you're getting and what you've gotten today. And we're not even done with the day. We still have more for you. So look at how life-changing this would be for you and how it's going to solve your problems.
Anita asks, will this be helpful if you live in Canada? I live on Prince Edward Island. We have a doctor shortage, and while I have a doctor, she isn't even open to estrogen and progesterone testing.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so I can absolutely hook you up with a clinic there. There is a wonderful practitioner in Canada who works with menopausal women and hormones. But again, it's the lifestyle pieces. You don't need a doctor to learn the lifestyle pieces. That's just what you're learning here today, and continuing that. So what exactly is on those calls? So Jill, go to the link in the conversation, and you can absolutely read through every single module and what you're going to get in every single module. Not only will you receive that, but you're also going to get your questions answered. Like, I don't give access like this. If you see me on Instagram, people ask me for information all the time. I don't answer. I say, I'm not giving you medical advice on Instagram. When you're in group coaching, right, you can get more information from myself, from Sabrina. You have access to us, and you have access to us in the Facebook group to ask questions between modules. So you're going to get a tremendous value and life-changing advice.
I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Tina Caldwell for getting started. She just registered, and Tina, you asked the question if your payment went through, and it did. So congrats.
Thank you, Tina. Awesome.
Essie says she is concerned about being a cancer survivor. She's in menopause for 12 years and not yet 50 years old. Is this another program that will offer true relief and solutions, or are these modules more geared for people just entering menopause and teaching them how to navigate?
Yeah. So as you saw, Essie, you know, from those women, only 1 out of 4 of those women, only 25% went on hormones. So the lifestyle pieces are really what added up. So again, I try to be very transparent and show you what's in the modules. I believe there's benefit for everyone. They are customized to a point, but they're still, you know, absolute gems that you're going to take home in there for sure. Like I didn't design, Sabrina and I did not design these modules saying, well, these are only for women who can go on hormones. No, it's the foundational lifestyle pieces that you're going to need if you're going to get through menopause. It's, remember that earlier slide, like that pie chart, hormones are only a slice of the pie. And I treat about 10% of my practice is oncology patients. And we just work heavily on the lifestyle pieces. It makes a huge difference. Absolutely.
Nikki asks, do you have a package where I run my Dutch and you take a peek and make recommendations?
I do not. One and done is a disaster. It doesn't work. Nobody gets better from one consultation. You need follow-up, you need continuity, you need check-ins, you need time to put your actions or put your results into action. So I would be out of integrity if I did that to you, because you need consistent care and follow-up. So that's why I do have 6-month coaching packages, but I'm not here to, you know, really today is about bringing you all into this group setting so we can continue this gorgeous energy and be in a community and not go through this alone, to really go through this together and be part of something that is so much bigger than yourself.
Tina asks, I work in a school setting. I'm very concerned about not getting the true benefits of the live calls and only the replays.
Yeah, well, that's what the Facebook group is for. I mean, things come up and, you know, I'm in groups where I don't make all the live calls. I listen to the replays and then I comment in the Facebook group and get help and support. And the beauty is, right, in the Facebook group, you can ask questions from the community. You don't only have to ask myself and Sabrina. You could be like, hey, what's everyone else making for dinner today? I am so starved for protein ideas. I'm so sick of chicken every night. Like, who else has some recipes? What are your favorite products? What are your favorite cooling mats? What's everyone doing when they have a hot flash? You know what, like just having other women to interact with, even if you're not on the calls, is so important. And that goes on, you have access to that 24/7. So I wouldn't let that stop you, because again, what's your other option? What's your other alternative? Do you all have other programs and plans that are going to support you like this? I mean, if you do and you want to do those, I invite you to, but I'm telling you, ladies, this is put together with a lot of thought and love. We've been building this for months. This has been very thoughtful. The content is built on the questions we get in practice every day, on the questions we get on Instagram and our DMs every day. It's like, it's really legit. That's all I can tell you.
Dana says, I am getting a head start learning all about all of this. I'm 47 and not sure I'm there yet, but have shown some signs of perimenopause, possibly, but my doc says my hormones are normal. Do you think this program would be a little too early for me?
Nope, not at all, because every single woman needs to know about menopause. And the earlier you start preparing your body, the better you'll be. Like, I don't want any of you to have to deal with hot flashes if you haven't started. I don't want you to have to deal with insomnia or weight gain. And not all of that is inevitable. So this program is going to teach you exactly how to prime yourself. You're actually the perfect candidate for it, because forewarned is forearmed. And to me, it's so much better. When you know better, you do better. So when you have all the tools, you can't possibly fail.
Any other questions? I don't see anything else right now in the chat, but I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Good. Well, thank you all. Thank you. So what we can do is give you all time to sit and think and digest, really have a talk with yourself. Be like, self, I have an opportunity to actually transform my life today. Am I going to do that? It's possible for all of you. So when we come back, okay, we are going to have the most magical, honestly, I have been looking forward to this class with Sabrina, all the time, all day, pardon me. So we're going to come back in 30. I'm going to hang out here. I'll probably take a quick potty break. But I'm going to come back here. And Brandy, is there a way for me to be on camera and run the clock at the same time?
Yeah, if you actually just go ahead and hit play right there whenever you're ready. It will run the clock, but we can still see you. So
okay. So I'm going to, but how do I see the chat, or can you help me moderate the chat?
You can I can help you monitor it, or you can click chat at the very bottom and it should pop out a separate little screen. Does it do that for you?
It does not. It
does. I can just help you monitor it.
Okay. So if everyone wants to stay, and if anyone wants questions answered or privately, oh, there's the chat. Okay, I see it. Let me know. I'm going to just run to the restroom to get a little leg stretch, and I can answer this. Absolutely. So we'll see you in just a couple minutes. Okay. All right, ladies. So, okay, let's go through some more questions. So first of all, Heidi or Ray, I'm going to DM you privately in a minute about these. Okay, what are the core 4 supplements? You're going to have to take my course, lady, because we're going to go into great detail. So that's a whole module right then and there.
Esther, we do have a question about an estimate on what the cost of labs run and the cost of the 4 supplements that you're going to recommend, and if there's any other additional expenses that she may have missed for the program.
Yeah, well, so again, the labs, it will generally, the blood tests that I talk about are, you can get covered by insurance. So they should be coverable. The Dutch and the GI map, again, depending on the cost, I have to think. It depends on the retail. It could be around $650. I would have to look into the pricing on that. But again, this is why we focus on lifestyle. Like, not everyone has to get lab testing done. Lifestyle alone is really the focus. I talk about testing because everyone asks about it, but it's not a requirement.
And Vivian asks a question based on Laura's testimonial. She mentioned a connection between gut health and halitosis. Is there also a connection between gut and postnasal drip?
There can be. There absolutely can be. It's possible, yes.
And Christina, yes, you can often run the labs through insurance. So
yes. And those are, by the way, if some of you want to get a jump start on some of the labs, read my book, See You Later, Ovulator, because I go into great detail on labs there in chapter 2. Which is helpful. It's a good resource to have. And it just is going to reinforce, your knowledge and your wisdom.
Peggy says she has labs already run, so she wants to know if you could use those. She already has the Dutch, the GI map, IgG, IgA already done.
Yeah. So just so I'm really transparent about this, that is something I review labs with my one-to-one clients. I don't review labs in a group coaching program like this. Could that be something down the line that we create? Absolutely. But right now, if you look at if you're on the sales page, I'm very clear that it's high level concepts that you can put into practice day one. So I just want to manage your expectations. Please come to the group expecting to learn foundations, but understand we're not going to go through every single person's labs. And yeah, so I just want to manage you lovingly there.
Michaela asks, high cholesterol and hormone imbalance. Do you see this a lot? Do you have any suggestions?
Mm-hmm. So the two aren't always going hand in hand per se. About 32% of women in perimenopause and or menopause develop a fatty liver. This is due to insulin resistance. And high triglycerides and cholesterol can be part of the problem here. So yes, it can worsen your hormone balance if you have a fatty liver and if you it's very sluggish moving your hormones through your liver. So they absolutely can be connected.
We have a few people wanting to know how much is your one-to-one, if you want to speak to that.
Yes, so I can be transparent and tell you, normally this is a call you'd want to have with one of my team members because a lot of times people hear a price and they say, you know, I'm not really, they just run for the hills without understanding the value that comes with it. But because I said it earlier on this call, I will tell you for 6 months, it's $8,500 to work with me plus the cost of the labs. So if nothing else, you're going to see what a spectacular value this group coaching is. I really tried to make this in fact, I did make this a wonderful price point with a payment plan to make this just an absolute no-brainer for you, where you're going to get information that is in integrity, that's going to support you, that's going to give you access to a community of women, and it's going to give you answers. So I'm very proud of what we've put out there for you. And seriously, if you haven't joined, like, what the heck is everyone waiting for? This is what I don't understand. So that's my 2 cents.
Well, we just had Melissa McLean join. So congrats, Melissa.
Thank you, Melissa. I can't wait. Can't wait.
Does anybody else have any other questions in regards to the group program? I see a few other questions going back to some of the other content, but is there any other questions about the group program? Tammy, did I miss anything? I want to make sure.
I can check too, Brandy.
I think we've got it covered, but
yeah, I think we've gotten.
There has been a lot of questions, so I want to make sure.
Yeah, we'll go through other questions later on, but just in terms of the group coaching program, if you have any questions. Yeah, Melissa, psyched. Yeah, D-Manos is really, really gentle for UTIs. I don't know if it conflicts with other medication. It's really simple. It just helps prevent H. pylori from sticking to the bladder wall. It's really, really gentle. But you can always run it by your doctor for sure. Okay, beautiful. So
Christina just had a comment. Esther, I don't know if you saw that one. My only concern is, will I be able to take back control of my body after it was hijacked during the group as opposed to one-on-one?
What does that even mean? How are we hijacking your body? We're not hijackers. So if you mean nobody's taking over control of your body, I'm unclear on that question. No, not you. Oh, after it's hijacked during menopause, is that what you mean? Yes, you are absolutely going to be able to take back your body. Oh, menopause hijacked your body. I see. Okay, that makes me feel better. I was like, oh my goodness. Yes, I mean,
is it okay if I unmute myself for a sec?
Yes.
Sorry, I had surgery just last week on my right arm, of course, and I can't type very fast with my left. So okay. It's taken me forever. No, I just meant I feel like menopause hijacked my body. So that's what I meant. Yes, I did not mean you guys hijacked my body. I apologize for that.
Oh, no problem. You should hear the trouble I get into with dictation app. Like, I mean, I bet. When I dictate the word hormones, it literally writes hormones.
Well, every time I hear the word dictate, I always think about the movie Wine Country when she's trying to, use Surrey to do her messages, and it comes out dictating.
Dictating, nice.
Sorry if that offends anyone.
So the program is designed for women just like you. It's really lifestyle based. It's not prescriptive with hormones. We're not looking at labs and saying this is your customized plan, but we are saying this is how you can take control of your eating. This is how you can work on lowering body fat and reducing that meno bloat and getting your insulin markers under control. This is how these are simple ways to prepare your food. These are simple ways to manage your stress. These are simple ways to help you sleep, right? So you can start putting the pieces together to take back your body after it has been hijacked. It is definitely a hostage situation going on here. And so we do have to get your body back on track. And there is nothing in this course that I don't teach in my one-on-ones. Like everything in this course, I pulled from my one-to-one consultations, and Sabrina did too, because she sees my clients with me. So I hope that answers your questions. And yes, anyone who wants to unmute themselves right now, go ahead. But does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much. I was just, yes, that answers my question.
Okay, but thank you
thank you.
Either way, like really, thank you for coming and spending the day.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So Shelley, if we have severe autoimmune, can we make these changes with your course for extreme cases? Of course you can. And I don't know if you caught the earlier part of the discussion, but with autoimmune conditions, like the strength training is fire. It's really, really beneficial. So Sabrina is going to teach a whole class.
Yeah, it's great in here. Susie, how are you? I'm okay.
Hey guys. Oh, there you go. If anyone is here and wants to unmute themselves and pipe up and ask a question, that would be great.
Liz asks, what kind of guidance will the movement and exercise plan be?
Sabrina, are you on this call?
Yes, I'm right here.
Yeah, okay. Can you answer that question?
Sure. Our group training, our group for exercise, I will actually give you a workout plan. I'm actually going to give you some actual workouts you can do. So I'm going to videotape. I know Esther doesn't know this yet. We didn't talk about it yet, but I'm going to videotape some workouts for you and going to put them up for you so you can actually do them. It'll be strength training. We'll also be talking about pelvic floor exercises, and I'll be giving you some core and stretching routines also. So you've got a lot of stuff coming at you for your exercise. Does that answer it? Let me know. Yeah, perfect. Okay, got some more questions for Esther, I think.
Do I adjust how surgery affects hormones? We do not, because that's really individual. I don't know if you're talking about hysterectomy or not, but again, it's going to be, if you look, Christina, if you go to the page that Tammy posted, that really will speak about the modules. We really don't get into, surgical changes post-menopause per se, but if you want to come and bring your questions, we'll do the best we can to answer them. And that's definitely something that you can speak about in the Facebook group. This is what I'm saying. Like, what we don't cover, you're going to get your answers in the Facebook group. That's the beauty of being in a community. And will there be a fully nutrition plan as well? Yes, we will be teaching you kind of how to really optimize your protein, your carbs, and your fats as well. And yes, if you're injured, there'll be modifications. Sorry, what were you saying?
No, Shelley, I know you had a question. Do you want to unmute yourself?
Yeah, just a real quick question.
Sure.
When I was talking about the autoimmune diseases, I'm talking about more than 7. Some of them are pretty rare. So I think you just answered part of it where, yes, they would modify exercises, especially weight bearing and stuff, if it's something that we physically with our diseases cannot do. So if there's modifications, that was a question. And if we do have some that are so rare and so hard on our bodies, is there a chance that this could, which no one will ever know, chance that it can make things worse, or chance that it might be able to make things a little bit better, because we're dealing with so much other things that maybe I need the one step above one-on-one thing because of the amount of diseases I have going on, not including the menopause I'm already in early due to 7 miscarriages. So I'm already done with the menopause part. I'm just, hanging out with the after stuff, but dealing with these 7 things on top of it. So I was just curious if that'd make things any worse.
Sabrina, can I ask you to pipe in on this?
Sure. You're asking about your specific conditions and exercise?
Yeah, specific one was Lambert-Eaton. It's extremely rare, like 1 in a million people can get it, but you can only exercise for about 2 minutes before you have total muscle loss. You have to wait for it to repair. Then I can go ahead and do exercises again for 2 minutes. Walking is only 80 steps. Muscles are gone. And I know they talk about muscle strength during this, but how can someone like me get the muscle strength back?
Yeah. So for the exercise programming, it'll be like a general recommendation. But like we said in the Facebook group or in our Q&As after the call, we can definitely discuss that with you in the kind of group program like that. So it wouldn't be a specific workout program just for you, but I can definitely give you examples for modifications in their group coaching program in the Facebook group.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Sabrina, I think this is maybe another question for you as well. Essie asks, would we need to purchase weights, or would the movement exercise plans involve other methods for strength training?
So for the strength training portion, again, like Esther talked earlier, it's really important to lift heavy weights while we go through menopause for strength. So that portion will be having weights. So yes, the program will need weights. There'll be some stuff you can do body weight also. And then the pelvic floor stretching core will not require weights. But again, to get the best benefit out of the strength training, you will need weights for that.
Oh, thank you. And I saw that you just answered it, Sabrina, in the chat. So thank you for reiterating that for us. Any other questions, anyone? Oh, will we have lifetime access? Do you want to speak to that?
Yes, of course. Yes. For those of you, I don't know who's here. Well, I'll talk about this more after break, but really what would be stopping you from getting help and getting a solution? I mean, how are you doing solving this on your own, right? It hasn't happened. You know that joke when they say, how's that working out for you? Like, how's it working out for you? How have you solved this? You've had questions answered. You have a veritable solution. It's like a path, a bridge out of the hell you're absolutely in, out of all of these, these whiteboard symptoms that, we talked about. So you have a solution. You literally have someone handing you. So you have to decide, do you want to do nothing and sit here and hang up off this call and be like, well, that was a great day, but I'm going to go back to suffering every night. Or you say, I'm going to turn this around in 6 weeks and I'm moving on with my life because I have so much that I want to do in life, including just feeling good every single day, that I'm not waiting another minute to take action on this. So it's really a good way to look at it, is like, how am I going to get myself out? And what awaits me on the other side? What's the hope and possibility on the other side of this?
Christina says, oh, because I love being 20 pounds heavier.
Oh, right, exactly. I mean, what are you all tolerating? What are you all, what's keeping you from achieving your goals? Like, what do you really want in your life? And what's keeping you from achieving it? Excuse me as I wrestle my whiteboard here. That's misbehaving. But, that's all waiting for you when you're ready. You're 20 pounds overweight. Why wouldn't you purchase this? How do you think you're going to get that weight off if you don't take action? It's not going to come off on its own, for sure. Right, exactly, Christina. Yeah. Your main hesitation is liquid cash. Well, that's what credit cards can be beneficial. Payment plans can be beneficial. You can think about what money you can move around. You can think about, I've borrowed money from friends to get things that I wanted. I've put things on credit cards when, my husband was out of work, and I put things on credit cards for things that I wanted. And I made sure I hustled and made it back and figured out how to pay for it. But you have to decide how much else it's costing you in your life to not be living the way that you want. Like, what are you still tolerating every single day? That's what it's not usually the money. A lot of the times it's the trust. It's the fear of, what if this doesn't work for me? I've tried other things. I haven't gotten results before. So often it's fear or trust that stops us much more than the finances. Or it's the story we tell ourselves, and that's what's our own limiting beliefs that keep us back to.
May I ask another quick question?
Sure.
So if we don't currently have Facebook, just because we broke up with Facebook, how much would that be a hindrance to us doing the group option? Like, are we going to miss out on a lot if we don't do the Facebook piece?
So you're going to have access to all the recordings for sure. What the community is in the Facebook group. Believe me, I don't love Facebook either. It just is the easiest way to kind of get everyone in the same space. So I do apologize about that, but
yeah, and it's not just you. I mean, I feel like you run into that with a lot of things. I wish there was a better option than Facebook, because Facebook and I are fighting.
I understand.
I'm just going to hop in. It's Sabrina. Sometimes you can actually just make a second profile and just use it to hop in the group if you wanted to for Facebook. If you wanted to be a part of that question, that community, that's the only other option we can do. And if it's a huge barrier, we'll figure some other things out. But right now, everything will be hosted. Just the community will be in it. But again, I've seen people just make like a fake profile with your name, another email address, and just hop in there for if you have a question to ask or meet some other people in the group. You can do that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Heidi, I see you saying it's the fear that this won't work for me. Were the 4 testimonials that you saw today not even remotely compelling for you? Or do you think that works for other people and maybe I'm not worth having these results? I don't deserve to have these results? Because sometimes it's a worthiness issue too. It's not really, that's often what it boils down to, is whether you feel you deserve to have these results. So yeah, Tina, the women that were on the Zoom that has clients, were they one-on-one clients or did they do this program? They were one-on-one clients. This is the first time we're doing this program, and you're worried without lab analysis, it won't work. Well, so again, it's the lab analysis is helpful. I'm not going to lie, but it's not always necessary to get the results that you're looking for sure. I mean, that's why we created this program, because I write books, and I've been doing books since 2007 was my first book that came out. And the transformations that happen with people, I mean, people have been writing to me with 25-pound weight loss, getting off their sleep medications, losing body fat. Some women decide to divorce their husbands. That was not my fault, I promise. But, you can get results without the labs. The labs are not the end all be all. They're helpful if you try everything else first, but you've got to try the foundations first. Otherwise, no labs and supplements and hormones are going to help you. You cannot out supplement your life. Supplements can help. You can't out supplement your diet. You can't out work out your, it's not the end all be all. They're a piece of the puzzle, but it's not everything. Yeah. Any other questions? All right, we're going to start again in a minute and a half. Oh God, that scared me. Woo. Oh my goodness. Christina, yes, I'm going to do a whole module on what labs would be helpful. Yes. All right, Brandy and Sabrina, do we want to? Okay, wait. Okay, hang on a second. So can we make?
Yeah, Esther, can you make Sabrina co-host and then she should be able to share
Okay,
the
yes.
screen.
Thank you. I was looking for that. So where is the
Go to participants at the bottom.
Yeah.
And then if you find
Sabrina. Okay, great. Okay, you gals are all in for such an amazing treat. All right, take it away, Sabrina.
All right. I want to make sure that I'm new to these ones. Brandy's got to make slideshow, right? Correct. Okay. All right. Welcome, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for having me. I just stepped off the beach because I'm working on my stress and management. So if I look a little red, that's what I'm a little flushed from the hot Florida weather right now, but love it because I just escaped the cold Northeast. So we're actually going to start our today with a little bit of a guided meditation. We've got a lot of learning you've done the last few hours. Esther had some amazing things. So I'm going to guide you through a little meditation. It's going to be about 15 minutes. So what I want you to do now is, if you want to leave your screen on, great. If you want to shut it off, that's totally fine. I want you to find a comfortable space. So you can lie down, you can sit in a chair, whatever it is. I'm going to give you a few minutes to get comfortable. Brandy, is it okay if you play some music for us? Can you do that?
Sure, yeah. Let me get something queued up here. It shows that your slides are still loading. So are you going to need to use them for this mindset piece?
I don't have to. I mean, no, it just says it's loading. It says it's shared online. Let me see if I don't stop sharing it and reshare it, maybe.
Or do you want me to share on my end, Sabrina?
Yeah, that'd be great because you can just kind of go through them. Do you have the slides anyway? That'd be amazing.
Yep.
Okay,
yep,
perfect.
yep.
Okay. All right.
Just tell me when you want me to go to the next slide.
Okay, perfect. So we'll go to the next one right now. Okay, and the next one. Okay, we're going to start here. So I'm going to, again, have everyone just go find a comfortable space. Take a few moments to close your eyes and get comfortable. So I want you to take a moment to connect to your breath. Taking deep cleansing breaths, inhaling and exhaling. Allow your eyes to close. Taking deep inhales through your nose and exhaling through your nose or your mouth. I want you to feel your stomach start to extend and exhale with that breath. And as you continue that gentle breathing, I want you to begin to let go of any of the noises surrounding you. Begin to shift your attention from the outside to inside yourself. If you become distracted at any time, just take a moment to notice that distraction and then come back and bring your focus onto your body. Now, slowly, I want you to bring your attention down to your feet. Begin observing any sensations you might be feeling in your feet. Maybe you just want to wiggle your toes and just notice anything without judgment. Now take a moment to imagine breathing down to your feet, as if the breath was traveling through the nose, to the lungs, all the way to the abdominals, and down to your feet. And then back up again through your nose and through your lungs. Just allow yourself to feel the sensations. Or again, if you don't feel anything, that is fine. Don't judge it. When you are ready, allow your feet to dissolve into your mind's eye and move your attention up to your ankles, calves, knees, and thighs. Observe the sensations you're experiencing throughout your legs. Breathe into and out of the legs. And if your mind begins to wander, just gently notice it without judgment. And then when you're ready, bring the awareness back to the sensation in your legs. If you notice any discomfort, pain, or stiffness, don't judge it. Just simply be aware of it. Observe how all the sensations rise and fall, shift and change, moment to moment. Breathe into and out from the legs. Take a deep breath, inhale and exhale. Allow the legs to dissolve into your mind. And start to bring awareness to your lower back and pelvis. Softening and releasing those muscles as you breathe, inhale and exhale. Slowly move your awareness to your mid-back, to your upper back. Become curious of all the sensations you might be feeling in your body. Taking a deep breath in. And with every exhale, let go of any stress or tension you might be carrying. And then gently shift your focus to your stomach and all your internal organs there. Maybe you notice the feeling of your clothing, or maybe you're observing the process of digestion. Or maybe just your belly rising and falling with each breath. You start to notice any opinions arising about these areas. Gently be aware of them and then let them go. Going back to that breath, continue to bring awareness to your body. So take a deep breath in. Let's just bring awareness to our chest and heart region. Maybe noticing your heartbeat now. Observe how the chest rises and falls during each inhale and exhale. Letting go of any judgments that might arise. With your next breath, let's bring awareness to your hands and your fingers. See if you can channel your breathing into and out of this area, as if you're breathing from your hands. If your mind wanders, just gently bring it back to the sensations in your hands. For next breath, let's shift the focus to our arms. Observe the sensations or lack of sensations that might be occurring here. Maybe you notice some difference between the left arm and the right arm. Again, no judgment, just awareness. With every deep breath inhale, exhaling any stress or tension you might be holding. Just continue that breath and shift focus to the neck, shoulders, and throat. This is an area where we like to hold our attention. Feel the sensations. It could be tightness, rigidity, or just holding. You may notice the shoulders moving along with the breath. Let go of any thoughts or stories you're telling yourself about this area. As you breathe, let go of any tension you're holding in your shoulders. On the next breath, let's shift our focus to our scalp, head, and face. Observe all the sensations occurring there. Notice the movement of air as you breathe into and out of the nostrils or mouth. As you exhale, start to notice any of the tension you're holding onto, letting it go, slowly dissolving away. And now let's bring our awareness into our entire body as a whole. Bring into your awareness the top of your head down to the bottom of your toes. Feel the gentle rhythm of the breath as it moves through the body. As you continue to take deep cleansing breaths, letting your body just be fully relaxed here. Taking just the last few breaths here. And as you're ready, starting to bring awareness back to your body. Maybe wiggling your hands and your feet. Starting to, again, to bring that awareness back into your body. Just taking a last few deep breaths here. And when you're ready, slowly come back to the present moment. Come back and meet me here as you open your eyes. Beautiful. How are we all feeling? Give me a little thumbs up in the chat. You guys felt good about that? Nice and relaxed now. All right, I'm going to take you through just a little bit of a chat about stress and how stress affects our body, especially during menopause. So we've got some slides to get through, and then I'm going to teach you a few breathing exercises, so practical information so you can kind of take up with you and use when you are feeling stress. So we all know what stress is, right? Stress is anything that affects our body. Thank you, Esther. Stress can be menopause. It could be exercise. It could be, a fight with your husband or your child. We all have stress in our life. It's really about how we react to stress, how it affects our body. So when we are exposed to chronic stress in our body, stress, we have heard of cortisol, right? Cortisol is the stress hormone. I'm going to talk a little bit about cortisol and what it means for us. But when we are constantly exposed to stress and we don't use any of these techniques to calm our body down, we build up cortisol in our body. And I'm actually going to go through a little bit of what happens when we are actually exposed to that chronic stress. So in the next slide, we're going to talk a little bit about how it actually affects our body. So again, if we are constantly being exposed to the stress over and over again, it can cause us to gain weight. It can affect our sleep, all sorts of things. So I'm going to talk a little bit about stress and menopause. So I'm not sure if Esther brought this up before, but what happens when we are in menopause, before menopause, we are using our ovaries to make estrogen and progesterone. When we go through menopause, it shifts to our adrenals. Our adrenals start to make these progesterone and estrogen. Our adrenals also make cortisol. So when we switch over, our bodies are already stressed during menopause. And now we're stressing ourselves. We are going through making more cortisol. And now we just asked our adrenals to go ahead and make more things, right? Go ahead and make estrogen and progesterone, like they didn't have enough to do. So that is why stress management during menopause is so important, because we're already stressed as it is. We are already putting so much onto the adrenals, and we're giving it more to do. So learning stress management during menopause is number one right now, right? Again, certain things we want to do, because when we start to let the body relaxed about making cortisol, it's able to make those other hormones we need to make. When we are going through menopause, sleep is also an issue, right? We're having a hard time sleeping through the night. Well, let me tell you this. So cortisol works in opposition to what we call melatonin. Melatonin is what helps us sleep. So when melatonin is high, cortisol is low, and they swap. So in the morning, what wakes us up is a high cortisol, lower melatonin. When we go to sleep at night, higher melatonin, less cortisol. Now, if we're stressed and we're making that cortisol all day long, at night, you can feel what we call that wired but tired, right? We're exhausted, but we are so wired that we can't fall asleep at night. That is that cortisol. So it's really important to get that cortisol under control so we're able to sleep. Also, weight gain, right? We've all heard that the menopause or the weight around the belly area, especially. When we are stressed, high stressed all the time, and we're not controlling it, we tend to build cortisol around the belly area, right? It's like, I've done everything. I don't understand why it's not going away. It's because of that cortisol and that high stress. So super important to get that cortisol under control during menopause so we won't have that menopause, we won't have it. So again, another reason. Another thing also, when we talk about it, when you're trying to get pregnant, or if you ever got pregnant, or if you ever heard this, when we say, the more stressed out you are, the less easy it is to get pregnant, right? It's because our body, when it's stressed, makes cortisol first, and it makes all the other things. Progesterone is like lower on the list. All those other things, the sex hormones are lower on the list. That is why it's harder when you're trying to get pregnant to be when you're stressed. The same thing during menopause, right? If we're stressed all the time, our bodies, it's a little of the estrogen and the progesterone that it's trying to make, it can't make it because that stress is so high. It causes that weight gain also. It causes that mood, right? When we're constantly stressed, like you're cranky, I'm cranky if I'm stressed all the time, if I'm not sleeping, if I'm gaining weight, all those things come together and they make us cranky, they make us moody, and we're snapping at everyone. So all these things start to kind of come together. You're like, oh, wow, maybe it's cortisol and stress that's causing all these things. Again, all of our hormones together all work in our body together. So when something's really out of whack, everything else gets thrown off, right? So our mood, our digestion, all those sorts of things. Also, stress and digestion. We talked about how the gut health is super important, especially during menopause. High cortisol levels also disrupt our digestion. The body, when it has too much cortisol, can occur like the leaky gut we talked about earlier, all those sorts of things. So hormones are off in the digestion. So stress can cause a lot of damage in the body if we are not aware of it and we are not controlling it. There's something Esther and I talk to a lot about our clients. We always talk about stress management. We give them lifestyle. And again, in our group coaching practice, there'll be a whole nother module on stress. So now we see exactly what happens to our body in stress, right? Not fun. All right, we're moving on to the next slide. If you have any questions, let me know. Awesome. Andrea went to UB too? Cool, awesome. Good luck on your exam. Okay, so what can contribute to stress? Emotional stress, like a fight with your spouse or your child, any kind of physical stress. A lot of times, when we have to see clients, they come in, we test their cortisol levels. They're, working out 5 days a week or whatever it is. And they come in and they're like, I can't lose weight. I don't understand. And we look at their cortisol, and their cortisol is super high. And I say, okay, we need to cut back on exercise. We're going to make sure you exercise less, worry about that cortisol and recover. And then they'll come back and they say, oh my goodness, I exercise less now and I look better. I lost all this weight. How does that happen? It's about cortisol and stress, right? So any kind of physical stress, we talk about our diet can cause cortisol raise if we're not eating throughout the day, balanced meals, which we teach about. Again, every meal, about Esther talked earlier about protein, carbohydrates, and vegetables, fiber mix into our day, super important for it. So all these sorts of things contributing to stress, emotional, again, how you deal, your moods, all those sorts of things, physical, working out, dealing with other people, maybe, again, you're not sleeping well, you're drinking too much alcohol, all those sorts of things can contribute to our stress. Let's move on to the next one. So what can we do about it, right? So how do we manage stress during exercise, during menopause? Our first is exercise. So again, if you are doing a lot of cardio exercise and you're really stressing yourself, that the cortisol is raising, I like to say balance it off with some lower cortisol exercise. So maybe it's walking. I recommend walking every day, getting outside every day, 20 to 30 minutes. I like to do it first thing in the morning so that when the sun hits you, again, it makes sure that you feel like you're awake in the morning. It helps your circadian rhythm. Exercises like stretching, meditations, those sorts of things. So calming exercise helps to manage stress. Also, weight training, all those sorts of things. Whatever you like to do to how to get out there and manage your stress, exercise is a great way. Our second thing is diets, what we are eating. So we want to make sure that we keep our cortisol, our insulin levels balanced throughout the day through our diet. That's what we talked about, is eating protein, a balanced carbohydrate, and your vegetables, your fiber at every meal. Eating that throughout the day and keeping that balance will help to keep that stress level balanced in your day. When we skip meals a lot, when we're eating a lot of sugar, when we're eating things that are inflammatory, that causes more stress in our body. So when we're eating throughout the day in a balanced diet, that helps our stress level. Self-care, whatever self-care means to you. Maybe it's just saying no to people that ask you to do things all the time. Maybe it's taking a nap in the middle of the day. Maybe it's manicures and massages. Those sorts of things are important for self-care. So again, self-care can mean many different things to many different people, but as long as you are putting yourself number one on a priority list, that is important to help manage stress during menopause. And especially at the age, if you're taking care of parents, you're taking care of your children, you're trying to work, all those sorts of things, you've got to make sure you balance that out with self-care and relaxation, also managing your stress. Sleep's so important for our bodies. It is our reset. Our body gets to reset itself, reset its hormones while you're sleeping. So sleep is important. I think Esther talked a little bit about getting better sleep. You know, a lot of things contribute during menopause, those hot flashes, getting up in the middle of the night. So making sure I like to call it a sleep schedule at night, going to bed at the same times, getting up in the same time every morning. Maybe it's like if you had a child, you put the child to bed, you read them a book, you give them a bottle, all those sorts of things. Maybe for you, it's a cup of tea, you do some journaling, the lights are dark in your room, you have a sound machine, whatever it is, there's no electronics. Sleep is very important to help you manage stress throughout your menopause. Meditation, like we just did, I guided you through meditation. You probably all feel super relaxed now. Meditation is very important. Again, you don't have to do 10, 20 minutes. You can do a few minutes. You can do guided meditations. There's plenty of free apps you can do now. You can just take a few moments to close your eyes in the middle of the day and just focus on your breath. And that's all you have to do. And our last one, again, is breathing, which I'm going to take you through a few breathing exercises so you can actually experience those too. So moving on to our next slide, we have you have your workbook. So I want you to take out your workbook now. There's a few questions there. We're going to give you a few minutes here to work through here. And I want you to just look at your workbook and the stress management portion. There's questions about what is a biggest stressor for you and what are some ways that you are going to manage stress. So we're going to give you a few minutes. We could throw in some music if we want, or just kind of give you a few moments to kind of just work on your workbook right now. And we'll come back in about 3 minutes or so, go through those questions. Now I'm going to read this question in the chat box. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So you're running 5 days a morning, fasted. Yes. It's not good for your adrenals and menopause. Exactly. So things start to shift when we go through menopause. We really have to be careful of those adrenals and, put them number one. So yeah. So you started to walk 4 weeks. That's amazing. Yes. Is it Dr. Huberman, right? It says sunlight in the first thing in the morning is so important. Yes. It's really good for getting out there, getting sunlight. Yes, sunrise is still 7-ish, and there's a lot with rain. There's still, I know there's not sunlight, but it is still good. They still say it does have still benefits to get out there in the morning and get your body just kind of used to the air outside. to get some of that also too. Oh, awesome. You're experiencing you did meditation every day, morning sunlight and cold plunging. Okay. Yeah. Cool. All right. 10-minute power walk in the morning. Yeah. Anyone else wants to share in the chat what else they do for stress management, or we can help each other. I like to go to acupuncture. I get massages, tapping. Yes, tapping is amazing. I'm actually getting certified in EFT tapping too. So anyone that joins to the group coaching, I'll probably do a little bit of stuff in that about it. Sauna. That was my Jersey accent coming out, sorry. Steam room, EDM, yeah, meditation, time with friends, yes. Amazing. Yes, working out less, right? Isn't it amazing sometimes we used to kill ourselves? I remember I started, teaching aerobics back in the day, and I would work out. I would probably in college, like 5-6 hours of cardio a day. Then actually I met Esther right out of college. I was having a lot of issues, and we chatted about like, girlfriend, what are you doing teaching that many spin classes and doing all that kind of stuff and still gaining weight? So yeah, sometimes you do not need to work out more. Again, perfect. Yoga, dogs, amazing. Whew. All right. Poolside by the waterfall. Love it. Amazing. I just got in from the pool. I gotcha. All right. I'm going to take you through some breathing exercises, and then we're going to wrap up. Throw you back to Esther for any last questions, and then let you guys get on today. We'll do our celebrating, right? Okay. All right, so we'll finish off with just a few breathing exercises. We'll have our first one is, all right, so again, get comfortable again. Take a few breathing. We're gonna start with alternate nostril breathing. So I want you to take your, either it could be pinky, what is this, your second finger, pinky, and your back and forth. We're gonna do these. It doesn't matter, I like these two like that. Perfect. Okay. So we're going to start by taking alternate nostril breathing. So we're going to put one finger on our nose, on one side of our nose. Take an inhale with one nostril. Close it off. And then exhale with the opposite nostril. So we're going to go inhale one nostril. Close it off. Exhale the other nostril. Do this a few more times. Ready? Let's go inhale. Close it off. Exhale. Inhale. Close off that nostril. Exhale. Sorry, two more times. Inhale. Close off that nostril. Exhale the opposite nostril. Last time. Inhale. Close off that nostril. Exhale the other nostril. Okay, so that's one option, right? So anytime throughout the day, you can just take a few moments, alternate nostril breathing. Our next one, we're going to do belly breathing. So I want you to take one hand on your chest, one hand on your belly. You can't see me, but so do that. Okay, so I want you to, again, just take a moment. Let's close your eyes. Take a deep inhale and exhale just normally. See where you're breathing, right? So you have shallow breaths. Just don't judge it. Just be aware of it. Now, what I want you to do is take a deep breath in. You can feel your chest rise here, right? Rise and fall. Now, I want you to continue that breath, but I want you to use your belly this time. So take a deep breath, inhale, and fill that belly with air. So again, you can expand that belly out. I know sometimes you never want to let it go, right? When I was sucking it in, and then take a deep breath in, and then exhale it out through your nose. Do this again. Inhale, fill that belly with air. Deep breath here. And then exhale it out. You can make noise. Try a few more times. Inhale, feel that chest, feel that belly. Expand your rib cage side to side so that the whole body is breathing here. And then exhale it out. One more time like that. Feel that belly. Deep breath, inhale. Fill that belly with air. Expand your rib cage side to side. The whole body's breathing. And then exhale it out. Amazing. Okay. All right, we're gonna do two more different types of breathing, just to kind of give you some options. Okay, we're gonna do box breathing now. So it's gonna be 4 counts inhale, 4 counts holds, 4 counts exhale, 4 counts holds. Okay, let's take a deep breath. Inhale, take it. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now hold. 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale, let it out. 4, 3, 2, 1, and hold. 4, 3, 2, 1. Do it again. Inhaling, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold it. 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. 4, 3, 2, 1. 2 more times. Inhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold it. 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold it. 4, 3, 2, 1. Last one. Inhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold it. 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we got one more exercise to do. This is called our Wim Hof breathing. If you've heard of him, he's really into cold therapy, he's really into breathing. So we're gonna just take deep breaths, inhaling and exhaling. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. So just take a few deep breaths. Inhale, exhale. It should be around 30. So just take inhale nice and deep and exhale. Continue. Inhale, exhale. Deep breaths. Inhale, exhale naturally. Try 3 more. 2. Now I want you to exhale about 90% and hold your breath for as long as you can. Hold your breath, hold your breath, hold your breath. When you need to take a breath, inhale fully. Hold it for 15 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Release it. Whew. All right, do that one more time, right? Just breathe naturally one more time. Just take deep breaths, inhaling and exhaling. Deep breaths to get that breath again. All right, 2 more. All right, let's exhale about 90%. Exhale as long as you can. Hold your breath as long as you can. We're gonna hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. When you need to take a deep breath, take a deep breath. Inhale here. Inhale fully. Now we're gonna hold this one for 15 seconds. Ready? 15, 14, 13, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Release it. Beautiful. So now hopefully I gave you a few tools. Breathing is, anyone can do breathing. You can do it at any time. No one has to know you're doing that. You can do that in the car. You can do it while you're asleep, before you go to sleep. You can do it when your boss is pissing you off at your desk, those sorts of things. So again, stress management is super important. If you have any questions, please throw them in the chat. I'll be here. Thank you so much for being with me today. I'm so excited for everyone that's coming to join us in our practice and our group coaching program. Again, menopause, you do not have to do this alone. Esther is amazing, and we've got some really great tools for you. And I'm super excited. Thank you for letting me share some of my stress management tools today. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Sabrina. That was just such a joy to
the Wim Hof.
Yeah. The Wim Hof. Yes. What is that? Is that his name?
That's his name. Yep. Wim Hof.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. The breath work is beautiful. It has changed my life. It has changed my nervous system, my sleep, my response versus reacting to things. I now try to take a breath and respond, but it's It's great. Everyone at Team Esther reminds everyone else to breathe at all times. And it's always, we can remind ourselves, we can dial into that any day. And for those of you who forget to breathe, just maybe put a reminder on your phone a couple times a day. You could put a sign on your wall. You can even start to catch yourself and become more aware of breath. Okay. So can everyone put in the chat box, what were some of your big aha moments from today? What were some of your amazing takeaways that you learned or feel like reinforced or feel like, okay, this is something I'm absolutely going to do forward, or something I didn't know before that I learned today?
I think everybody's sent out now, so.
I know, right? I know.
We're like,
Yeah, that you don't all need the Dutch or lab work. That's right. It doesn't, those are lovely nuanced tasks, but the lifestyle pieces, man, that's gonna be more important, because I have looked at hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Dutch tests. And what Sabrina just did is far more transformative than any pill. There's a great documentary called Heal, Heal, and it is talking all about of all the healing modalities, Ayurveda, nutrition, diet. The mind is the greatest piece of all of this. And that's what we're giving you, the tools. We give you the mindset, we give you the structure and the foundations. Joe Dispenza talks about on the Heal documentary, he fractured 6 vertebrae, and doctors told him he was hit by a truck when he was on a bike in a triathlon, and doctors told him he'd never walk again. And he meditated every day. And after 6 weeks, he could start to feel the nerves in his fingers. He could start to move his fingers again with sensation. And at 12 weeks, he was back up walking around. So don't think that the basics are not powerful. They are. Yes, Allison, you're not alone. You're not alone. None of us are alone in this. You don't want to figure it all out on your own or through a book alone. Yes. And Melissa, I don't know what kind of coaching you do, but Melissa's a coach, and Melissa still gets help. I still get help. I still have practitioners in my life, even though I can review all my own labs with the doctor, but surrendering and letting someone take care of me. And my doctor constantly reminds me that, I'll start saying, well, my labs look like this. And he's like, please let me actually take care of you. Please lean into you being cared for once. Cause we all take care of everyone else, but letting ourselves be held and taken care of, to me, is freaking gold. It's amazing. Yes, menopause is the call for lifestyle and hormones, with lifestyle being huge, huge, huge. We don't need to overthink or overcomplicate. More weight training. Yes, Suzanne. Oh my God. Yes, yes, yes. Protein intake. Yes, Tina. Yes, yes, yes. And that I will teach till the day I die. You are going to have to pull that steak bone out of my cold, dead, muscular hand. Reinforced exercise and protein balancing. Yes, Shelley. Really, that slide about getting protein throughout the day is key to me. That's like the cornerstone. Yes, other people have these symptoms as well. We're not in a vortex or a vacuum here. We are all in this together. It's all the factors to master menopause, not just hormones or diet or exercise. Yeah, it's never any one thing. It's always a combination. And that is life. That is life. If you don't, when I was healing from Lyme, my doctor would say to me, you have to envision your body as if this is already healed and behind you, and eventually your body will catch up. And I envisioned myself strong and lifting weights, and 8 months later, I was doing exactly that. But I meditated every freaking night. It was key. and I visualize the outcomes. That's why if you haven't done the workbooks, it's really important to do the workbooks that we provide today. Remembering we're not in this alone, regardless of where we are in the menopause deal. Yep, meditation. Yeah, all right, Shelly, you're watching Heal. It's on HBO Max. Thank you, Shelly. Yes. For those of you who don't have it. And I think if you go to their website, I think you can watch it for free there if you don't have HBO Max. Yeah, eating more protein than you are currently will change your energy and your sleep and your body comp like in a really short period of time. It's fascinating. Feeling hopeful about getting help to adjust to a new body. That's it. It's just a new suit of armor. We're just unzipping one and stepping into the next. And so we're molting. 4 ounces of protein every meal. Yes. Yes, Katie. And if you go above that, no shame in that either. Because like we've all snorted lines of chocolate chip off the counter, but no one's ever binged on a steak to the point where, they like felt like, they overate the way you could overeat a sleeve of cookies or a tub of ice cream. Diet, exercise, less stress, sleep, more protein, all the things we know, but just need to implement more. Teamwork. Another great reason, lady, to join us in the group coaching program. So we do it together. We hold each other accountable. Accountability, man. Imagine making a promise to a group, to us, and saying, ladies, I'm going for it this week. I'm going to set my alarm early, 2 days a week to get up early and get another 20 minutes of lifting in twice a week and have time to prepare myself breakfast. Imagine holding everyone accountable, holding you accountable with love and support and cheering you on. And be like, go get it, girl. We're here for you. That's what the power of the group is about. Like individually, we are strong. Together, world domination, truly. Melissa, you're a midlife reinvention coach. Yes, you always invest in yourself. Good. Ladies, I tell you, you take a step when you decide, when you set your intention for your outcome, opportunities appear for you to make it. The universe is working for you, has your back all the time. The squatty potty and gut health. I know the squatty potty is like pretty damn transformative. Yes, there are very few people who help with female hormones. Most studies are based on men. That's absolutely correct. When I wrote Cave Women Don't Get Fat and looked at studies on intermittent fasting, 73 were done. 73 of the studies I looked at, 13 were done on women. And so where I learned the intermittent fasting information is through decades of practice, right? I had my own study group right here of working with thousands of women. Women are not small men. Mic drop. Thank you. A pen drop. Yes, women are not small men. We're not big men either, right? We don't have the same needs metabolically, and any trainer or, nutrition coach or influencer you've heard treat women the same as men is absolutely not true. Not informed. Thank you. Ready to slay menopause. Go get it. LFG. If any of you don't know what LFG, let's fucking go. Heavy lifting. Oh, Heels also on Prime. Thank you, Lucy. Okay. So again, we are offering you the opportunity to join the Menopause Mentorship. Tammy posted the link below. Yes. We need to share this info with all the females in our lives. Menopause is not a dirty word. The more we talk about, the more empowered we are to take charge of it. It's not a dirty word. It's interesting to me that they're coming into this now. I'm 52, but it's interesting to me that there is a stigma. I'm like, why would there ever be a stigma? But it's just, I live in the Northeast where it's pretty liberal. So, other parts of the country, it may be different. Other parts of the world, it's different. There's so much power and support in the group. And okay. Yes, another IG post, women are not small men. Yes. I'll do it. Priscilla, I see your challenge and rise to you, and you can hold me accountable. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Oh yeah, and the t-shirt. Yes. Okay. That's from Stacy Sims. Oh, women is that quote. Okay, well then I need to give her credit. I can't steal that at all. Thank you for letting me know. I'm not a fan of plagiarism at all. Okay, so prize time, modeling for my kids that I'm worth it. Yes, and modeling for your kids also, and your daughters especially, that that she's got this. You don't have to suffer and lose it through menopause. We can absolutely have like really good outcomes and prevent the shit show and the shit storm. We are worth this. I'm reading Christina. I was recently on a call with a friend and she had an issue with her cat, and we all love our furry friends, but she did not skip a beat when the vet said it would cost $3,000 to get her cat back to health. It was after she told me that she realized she was willing to pay any amount for her cat, but not on herself. She soon changed her priority. She realized she is worth it. So she was putting her pussy in front of her own pussy. That is a mistake. So forgive me if you think this is coarse, but ladies, I'm telling you, yours gets priority first.